And we're here.
You know, it seems today that all you see is overpriced violence and paid DLC. I'm asking you, where are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to sell our products?
Man, I don't know. It's back in my
Lucky.
day.
I'm just saying, lucky that there is a Family Guy. Lucky that there's a man who positively can do all of the things that make us laugh and cry. That's right. He's a Family Guy.
And what better pairing option than the not family man himself?
Please. He has a family. He loves his gay husband and adopted daughter.
This is true. Man, I would love to see codec calls between the two of them.
You want, David Hayter did one on his Twitter.
He did?
He did. Before it was officially announced, but after it was leaked, there was just Snake going, I need you. I can't play Fortnite without you. Just to a picture of Peter Griffin.
Peter, there's a weird banana here. I was on train for this. What do I do?
Okay. Here's the deal. You take the banana, and I've seen a game like this. It reminded me of the time that I met Donkey Kong. Holy crap, it's Donkey Kong!
Donkey Kong, I fought him. He's a worthy foe.
Wait, hey, what are you doing in the flashback? It's a non sequitur. You're not supposed to be here.
I can sneak wherever I want. I'm turning more Batman than Snake.
Really? You had one job with this bit. One job.
Man, I don't do bits. I do scripts. We've been over this before.
I do scripts. I can multitask. I've got a solid record. Everyone who just tuned into this one, they have tuned right out. Oh my god. This is the most interested I've ever been in Fortnite. Welcome to Design Dorks Gaiden, everyone. It's a video game show. I am one of your hosts, Pyrr, host of Designing 4. With me, as always, is the incomparable
Duke of Dorks, who is permanently looking right now because, as we all know, my webcam died, so I have a new one. Yay! But it's got the little light thing. You can see its spiral thing in my glasses reflection. So, I'm looking here now. You all just gotta deal with it.
You just... Oh my god. First off, is Fortnite good?
You know, the way I put it is that it casts a very wide net, but wide nets can't go very deep.
I looked at, the trailer that announced that Peter Griffin and Solid Snake are going to be joining Fortnite, and they had a really good slide, and they also had a grappling hook.
Also,
and I'm
the wall climb, that looked fluid as hell.
I'm like, is this Titanfall 3?
No, yeah, the gameplay side has always just... I know it's impressive, it's the Ready Player One of video games, and I just can't connect with that.
Well, I agree with you, but it's saying, Chapter 5 of that. Also, thank you, Camp, the MVP.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Camp.
But, I know that there's a single-player campaign attached that no one will ever talk about, and I was looking at the trailer, and I'm like, but that looks good.
No, yeah, there's crazy, weird lore things involving talking banana, Jonesy, and The Rock for some reason.
That sounds really good, though. When the gameplay is not centered around aggressive, competitive gentrification, is the gunplay good?
It might be? I don't know.
If I completely ignore Fortnite and just play it as a single-player game, I will probably like it better than Half-Life.
That's probably true, honestly. Oh, what a crazy, crazy game.
Oh, man. But I just want to comment, what a way to get Peter Griffin in the game. If you all haven't seen him, he is ripped. for no reason, but his neck is still fat, so it's just this cylinder of Peter Griffin head attached to a He-Man body that he can put a tuxedo over. And what a good way to not have to change his hurt boxes whatsoever for being fat.
I can't wait to see them do the same thing for Homer, but it's that one meme where he's just got a bunch of hair clippers that's just got all of his fat behind him.
Yes.
It's gonna be so good.
Mm-hmm. And they are, in fact, adding the bird is the word emote to Fortnite. So, of course, it's a perfect game now.
Perfect game.
Because not only can Venom hit the gritty, Vegeta can tell him that the bird is the word directly next to him.
Oh, yeah.
While Chun-Li jumps out of a cardboard box.
Oh, yeah, that's true. There's also graffiti of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So that's probably
I feel like
too.
I've gaslit myself into just thinking Fortnite is bad.
It's just not my cup of tea, I think.
You're a Smash Brothers YouTuber.
I know. But, like, the whole draw of that is, like, seeing how the characters, like, are fleshed out. You don't get that in Fortnite. You get Kratos doing, like, the whole default dance kind of deal.
Yeah, because Smash Brothers is so fleshed out. Because there's so many great interactions.
Yeah! What do you get, like, one thing for the character, and then they just get plastered onto everything, the default Fortnite
stuff?
is
canon to Star Wars!
Oh, God, fuck that thing. As if that trilogy wasn't a disaster enough, let's put an integral part of the plot.
I'm just saying that there is more deep interaction and character-relevant plot in Fortnite than in the entirety of Smash Brothers. The only thing that Smash Brothers affects outside of itself is Kirby to a limited extent and Kid Icarus.
Yeah, that's true. You're not wrong. Maybe I'll play some. Is there anything... I think we haven't asked this before, but what's the character that just gets you in?
Joey Wheeler.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, or Pegasus. Like, if you go a little beyond Yugi and Kaiba for Yu-Gi-Oh!, I'm probably in.
Oh, that kind of just summoning cards kind of deal. That would be pretty sick. Then you put Hugh Neutron in as well, so you can very literally live out the meme of, I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo.
Mom says you're grounded. God, my Hugh is the same as my Patrick Warburton.
It's okay. All right. Want to get into this?
Let's do it.
Okay, transition. The year is almost over, and the bet feels a little bit wasted.
Phil, today, good friend of the pod, Phil Spencer, personally went,
I know what you're talking about, because it was in
went
relation to
down
Heroes of the Storm.
From his golden throne, and he said, "Banjo fans, I hear you." And he looked directly at me as he said it. And I was like, Phil, finally, you're answering my calls.
Yeah, he was
How's it going?
Because I follow the Heroes of the Storm Reddit religiously. He was asked about just bringing back old franchises and how they're kind of planning to maybe encourage Blizzard to revisit their old games. And he was basically saying that, we know there's a demand there. Banjo fans, I'm looking right at you, but we don't want to force people to make stuff they don't want to do. And if it's not the right team... Anyway, it's just... basically saying, pass the baton, go talk to the people that are actually in charge of these things.
Yeah, but then he said never say never. And he's like, we have some big plans, so look forward to it. So you know what?
That was in relation to
I
Blizzard,
have
though.
to watch the Game Awards now.
I watched the whole thing! I read the whole interview. I'm desperate for this kind. Did you see the thumbnail of this episode?
I just clicked the video.
Oh, it's here.
I don't consume content.
That's fair. But yeah, in a couple of days, maybe we'll have something to talk about. But until then, fingers crossed.
Yeah. There is nothing for Metroid. There is nothing for Banjo.
I would be happy to lose. I just want something to make either of us happy right now.
I don't want you to win because I care much less. I don't give a shit about Ridley.
But fine.
We have a better Metroid villain now.
Is he though?
Yes, he is.
He's fun, but he's kind of a self-contained kind of deal.
Yeah, but he's rad as fuck.
That is true. It's a sick design, but like I'd still take Manga Ridley over that.
Nah. That's like actual philosophy and stuff. Ridley is just like, what if I were sympathetic and then said, nah, though? He's the big bad wolf if he were a pirate.
How do you say that and not think that's the coolest thing ever?
Because I've seen like 8 interpretations of the big bad wolf that are amazing. And pirate is somehow like only 5th on that list. Compared to comedian, hard-boiled detective, and death?
Okay, no, you're right. That's fair. God, how is that movie so good? I finally got around to watching it this month, and damn.
It's so good.
I wrote it off because just the last 3 Shrek things have been terrible, but that's like better than all of them.
No, shut up. You could just look at the animation of that intro scene.
I'm aware now.
Like, Puss in Boots versus that golem is like a top 5 fight of this year.
Music of just, god damn, that was, Animation to music is just the pinnacle of animation design. Anywho, what you been playing this month?
I've been playing some video games. Some nice stuff. So, just little things with friends, just going back to the old standbys of like Pokemon Puzzle League and Pokemon Stadium 2 and the like.
Fun.
You will never see Tarvold more mad than when you have a strategy that is based around lowering his evasion and then remembering that the only Pokemon in Pokemon Stadium 2 rentals with rest talk is Dugong, and he doesn't pick it, and Dugong just beats half of its team on its own. And you intentionally start whittling down his team and then reveal, here's my trump card, Wobbuffet.
Yes!
And then I go,
I love Wobbuffet
how do you feel
so much.
about flipping coins? But no, it felt good. I played someone who was good at Pokemon Puzzle League, and their reaction essentially was, okay, I give, you win. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
I still remember when me, Connor, and Gooms had to team up together just to take one game off of you. And it took like 30 rounds.
We went for 51 rounds.
51 rounds. Wow.
It's a good game.
Are you a god, or do we suck, or is it a combination of the two?
Yes, I would say that I'm like 7 out of 10 at that game from where the peak is.
And we still couldn't. Okay. High skill ceiling.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh shit, I forgot a game. Speaking of puzzle games, I actually played Dr. Mario 64.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, just because I was waiting around and I'm like, this is another puzzle game. And I'm like, I didn't really get into it as a kid, but I'm much better at puzzle games now. I'm feeling myself. Everything will be fine. And I played Dr. Mario earlier this year. So, everything will be good. We'll figure it out. This game sucks.
Really? How do you mess up a Dr. Mario game? They're kind of just all based on the same
you
formula.
make it a versus battler. And I'm like, I love versus puzzle games. I love Panel to Pawn. I like the feel of it. I like that all of the enemies are themed around Wario Land 3 for no reason, and just Dr. Mario is there.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. It's got a good sense and a good vibe to it. Everything that isn't just playing Dr. Mario, the NES game, is awful. Because combos in this game work as, the traditional style of puzzle battlers where you get a combo and some garbage will either fall or rise on your opponent's side, right? Mm-hmm. This game does it in the sense that it will take 2 randomly colored little pill droplets and it will rain it down on the enemy. The issue is they go frame by frame very slowly and you can't move until they get to the bottom.
Oh, so there's just a unbearable amount of waiting around for the game to
there is so much painful waiting around for you to see that that move that I was planning, I can't do it. I guess I'll have to do busy work to work around it. And the only thing that it really accomplishes is prolonging an already pretty long game. Because Dr. Mario is easy enough that you aren't going to be knocking out your opponent through this method. You aren't going to be adding to it. It's just a matter of winning the war of attrition. Mm-hmm. And the war of attrition sucks. Like, most games I had with the computer went down to, okay, the best thing that either of us can do is clear out the entire right side of the board and then at the end figure out what to do with the left side and take 3 minutes disassembling that.
Oh god, these games can be really fun when they last for a very long time, but I'm watching gameplay right now. The pacing of this is I could play this, and that's a problem because I don't play these kind of games.
And then it has the bright idea to do that with 4 players.
No.
Wherein it stretches out the screen to be a little baby Dr. Mario screen for each of you that really strains the eyes in order to work. But get this, yellow clears go down one person's, red clears go down another person's, blue clears go down another person's, which means that targeting is impossible and luck-based.
Well then, that sounds abysmal.
Yes. And guess what? Doing it on hard mode doesn't actually make the game harder. It just makes it longer because it adds more viruses.
As in, like, more colors? Or
as in the base number of viruses you have to eliminate goes from 30 to 50.
Oh. So that's just more things to what? Why?
Because that's how difficulty works in the original Dr. Mario, where it's just like, okay, here's the field, speed will increase, figure it out. And that makes sense for a single-player puzzle game. No consideration was taken at all for turning it into a multiplayer puzzle game other than it functions.
And does it? It doesn't look like it.
I don't know. The final boss theme is good. Story mode needs you to beat all of it without losing once, and its games are really, really freaking long. So that's a lot more agonizing than it is in Tetris Attack. Mm-hmm. Like, I think that there are 14 stages in Tetris Attack / Pokemon Puzzle League. And there are only 8 to 9 in Dr. Mario 64. I can finish Pokemon Puzzle League twice in the time that it would take me to beat Dr. Mario 64 once.
That's terrible.
And I would have relatively close games in Pokemon Puzzle League. This is not me smashing the computer in 20 minutes. Or 20 seconds. I'm not super fast at winning. I'm super good at surviving.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And you're having fun the whole time.
Yeah, I'm having a great time. Love that game. But yeah, of all the puzzle games that I've played this year, Kirby's Avalanche and all the other Puyo Puyo variants, Magical Drop 2, Tetris Attack and all of its variants, various Game & Watch Gallery 3 side modes, this is by far the worst.
Poor Dr. Mario. Can't seem to catch a break in recent years. Or ever.
Yeah. He had one okay game. And that's it.
I mean, it got him into Smash Brothers, but
No, no, the music got him into Smash Brothers.
that's a fair point.
One song.
Indeed.
And that's a good song.
It is a very good song.
It doesn't play in the story mode at all.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Baffling.
They made new compositions that one sounds like a Kirby song from like the Dreamland 3 era, and the other sounds like farts.
I mean, it's named after Wario, apparently. That's all that matters.
And then they have one good final boss theme for Rudy, which is oddly melancholic and chorus-based.
Okay.
And I'm like, he's a clown. But it's okay. But yeah, no, hate this game. Game I don't hate is Sonson, which is a 1984 arcade game by Capcom, featured after Journey to the West. The reason that I played this is because Capcom has an arcade collection that you can get for free, and they give you this game as your free sample, essentially. And I got that because I'm like, oh, I could get Vampire Savior for $2 right now. I love that game. Let's go. Do I already own it? Yes, but I can own it on my Steam Deck for $2. And they also had Saturday Night Slam Masters. And I'm like, I want to own Saturday Night Slam Masters. That is Hagar and Biff Slamkovich.
Yeah, how can you say no?
Yeah, I also beat Vampire Savior. That game's still great. Guess what? Surprise. This is a very simple game. I really like it. Because it's oddly unfair. It takes cues from games like Mappy and then combines it with sort of the shooting style of Gradius.
Yeah, I'm watching gameplay. This seems very simple, but
the
pace seems really good.
Yeah, I really enjoy it. It has like a definitive finish the loop state, which is nice and fun to it. Positioning matters a lot. It feels like all of your mistakes matter. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to buckle down and I'm going to get good at this game and I'm going to actually get a full clear. No save states, no resets, just like infinite quarters it and see if I can just slowly improve at a game that's well before my time. Mm-hmm. And I really enjoyed it. Nice. It's hard, but you slowly get to learn patterns. I like the multi-layer sort of platforming feel of it. It makes it feel a lot less loose, and I feel a lot less, what the hell do I do? Than I do if I oddly have free control in a game like Gradius or something. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. It's got cute sprites that appeal to me. I like the monkey girl that they added based on this game in Marvel vs. Capcom 2. So that helps matters.
Oh, is that where she's... Oh!
Yes, she's inspired from this game. She's an original character for Marvel 2, but this game is the basis.
Okay. Neat.
And like, yeah, it's a good arcade game with good philosophies, and it's literally free. You can beat this right now, everyone looking at home.
I'm impressed by the amount of variety of enemies I'm seeing here. For an arcade game, like, every time the logs count down, there's something completely new to deal with. That's neat.
Yeah. It was just cute. I was just glad to approach something with that original arcade mentality and have it be like, okay, the game is good enough that I can actually do that with it.
Nice.
Then I also played another title called Touhou Hero of Ice Fairy. This is interesting. This is based on the boss character Cerno from, I think it's ESOD. Again, my Touhou knowledge is very minimal. And it is a 2D character action game wherein you essentially play it similar to a twin-stick shooter.
Okay.
Where you control the character with one stick, and then with the other, you shoot out your barrage of projectiles. It's good. Like, this is just a boss fight game that says dodge the bullet hell patterns, but it feels really good. Like, it's clearly simple. It's clearly, like, at most a 5-person team, but the visuals have a solid like look to them and feel to them. The music is very, very solid, including doing the best thing, which is the boss hits phase 2, and for one of the later bosses hits the Metal Gear Rising, now the lyrics kick in phase when you're fighting a giant robot.
Yeah.
I went, oh shit. Ah, damn. You actually went the extra mile.
God, that's one of my favorite things in games. Just like, okay, we're getting serious. Now the lyrics pop in.
Lots of variety in your ability to actually combat things, because you can actively change the way your projectiles function in between fights. Like you can do like a heavy lobbing snowball, or you can do lightly tracing shots, or you can do just a laser.
Mm-hmm. Also seen a lot of variations of ways to dodge around, which is pretty neat.
Yes, you have the standard dodge, but you also have a bar that just lets you fly around the screen invincible until it wears out, and then you have to just slowly fall back down.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of weaving through attack patterns, a lot of good learning. Sometimes the boss will just go, "You cannot hit me in phase 5. Survive."
You're saying that literally as I'm watching just giant lasers sweeping across the stage as the boss has gone up into the upper blast zone.
Yes. It's just... The only knock against it that I have is that the defeated boss sprites are weirdly horny, and I don't like them.
Yeah. Touhou character designs are way too young for that to come across as anything.
Yeah, it's you know how Fire Emblem Heroes does its damage sprites?
Oh no.
So anyway, I looked at Clown Piece and I went, no, that's unfortunate. But aside from that aesthetic choice, like this game isn't quite finished yet. I believe it has 6 bosses and then harder variations of those bosses for refights.
Uh-huh.
And they're good variations. But they don't have the final boss in the game yet.
Okay, so very much a work in progress.
Very much a work in progress, but like I got a good like 5 hours out of this. Just doing like half of the refights and most of the main fights, and spending like a solid 40 minutes per boss learning it. And it felt good. Like, you feel incredibly empowered in this game, just from all the options of not taking damage that you have.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can very clearly see how you can do all of this without getting hurt. But then you look at it and you're like, what the fuck do I do with this? What the hell? It's asking me to do a damageless in the hard mode run? For an achievement? Okay. But I just thought it was a rad game, and I had a great time.
Nice. Touhou's definitely one of those series that I've always wanted to get into, just because that power fantasy you're talking about seems unachievable, but if you can achieve it, that must be the best feeling ever.
Definitely. Certainly. And then I don't have this as a note here, but I did play Mario Party 3 with friends. Good friend of the channel, good friend of mine, Alter Mentality. I am so sorry. I sincerely apologize. That was not fair of me. I am glad that I won by 7 stars.
What happened?
Very, very bad luck. And like constant targeting from not me. But just, do you know the feeling where you have to ask someone if it's okay to steal their coins? Because you're like, I would feel bad. And they're just at the point of whatever.
Can't get any worse, man. Just go for it.
No, just a bunch of friends playing a 4-player game of Spiny Desert. I'm sorry I'm like this. I sincerely apologize that on the last turn I throw a mini game so I will have 0 coins so I can use my Bowser phone to steal a star.
That's so evil. I love it.
I am so sorry that I am a hidden block whisperer and I didn't even need it.
That bullshit was infuriating. Watching the
It happened outside
stuff.
of the league. I just know. I just feel it. I'm so sorry that I present really, really good advice that people then do not follow because I am presenting it.
Glorious.
But no, wonderful time, lovely people. I'm sorry I'm like this. All right, you go ahead for a little bit.
Okay, jumping off of that, I guess, an easy thing. With Thanksgiving coming around, I had a get-together with my family where we brought out the old family GameCube and played a couple of fun games together, like little nuggets of our childhood. So
nice.
I had an absolute blast. We only had time for one game, but went back to Mario Party 7.
Have I ruined Mario Party for you?
No. Well.
Have I ruined the ability for you to play Mario Party with your family?
You've killed my desire to win, and now I kind of just embrace the game, which was hilarious with this game specifically. I need to tell a story.
Please.
My youngest sister is just an absolute sweetheart. Like, she's the kind of person that has a swear jar, but it's not a swear jar, it's a sorry jar, because she can't stop herself from just apologizing for everything, for every slightest confrontation. And this game of Mario Party made it its absolute sworn duty to ensure that she was unintentionally bullying me as hard as possible.
Okay, first off, which board?
Pagoda Peak. Love Pagoda Peak.
Okay.
Just like, anytime I had a huge coin link, oh, there's a Koopa Kid space. Am I about to get communismed? I sure am. There it goes. Everything spread across the board. And of course, my sister benefits the most, right? Because she had no coins. I'm about to get a star. Whoops. Now she just landed on the gong. It costs 40 coins now. Let me swap everyone to swap around because of that one. I think it's an orb or a trap, whatever. And I'm not next to the star anymore. And it just kept happening over and over. I think there was like 5 Koopa Kid spaces, and they all did the communist bullshit. Every time resulting in an increasingly dismayed, I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to. And it was just the best Mario Party loss I've ever had. Especially since she ended up winning, because every bonus star, she got every bonus star, and everything she got was directly as a result of her bullying me.
Good.
Hidden block space, all that good stuff. It was lovely. Mario Party 7 itself, like, again, only had time for one board, but I think that's probably my favorite Mario Party. Heavily nostalgia, of course.
I'm mixed on it. I feel like it can create really good games, and I feel like it can create really miserable ones.
I had the miserable one. I definitely agree with that.
Well, no. I think that's a fun sort of miserable one, but I just feel like it can create a lot of foregone conclusions.
In certain cases, yes. I feel like some of the boards have some really fun, with the way that the bonus stars work, how they are always different, so you can't quite know what you're planning for.
Yeah.
I found that a little more interesting, but there's definitely points where, with the Kamek orb, you can kind of just run away with having all of the traps on a board, and that gets obnoxious.
Yeah.
Some of the varied objectives are fun, some of them are not.
Mm-hmm.
And the microphone is garbage.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I always turn that off.
I do think that 7 is my favorite of the GameCube ones, but...
Oh, yeah, I can definitely get behind that. It definitely probably just my favorite because it was the one I played as a kid. This was the family game.
I completely understand it does not have the Bowser phone.
That's true. The Bowser time thing just isn't quite as fun. He's not mean enough.
No, he's very mean. He just goes, I'm going to destroy this public property. It's gone.
But he gets to sell you a limited time, one-of-a-kind Golden Bowser statue.
Oh no, I'm talking Windmillville, where he just crushes a windmill and leaves you no recompense.
Right.
Or those times where he used to be like,
one.
I'm going to destroy this bridge. And then you just have his A-posing model tumbling around the bridge and bursting through it. And he goes, oh man, that was a good workout. I'm Bowser.
Fun game. Good times. Very similarly, we had another party game from my childhood. This one very much I grew up with Rayman 3, so I was kind of obligated to buy this. And I was young enough that I didn't have the knowledge to hate it yet, but Rayman Raving Rabbids 2. Revisiting this when I'm much older, it is shocking by just how shit this game is.
Oh man,
oh my
I was
God.
like, I've had the Rabbids Renaissance. This game's amazing.
No, but like, there's barely anything. Like, you see constant reuse animations, the music quality's terrible, there's like 5 sound effects across the whole thing. It's broken severely. Motion controls don't do what you want them to do. There's reuse bullshit, there's just somewhere you just hold a Wii remote up to your head and that's literally it.
But that sounds great. That sounds amazing. I say this with my only point of reference being WarioWare Smooth Moves, which is an amazing video game.
Oh no, Smooth Moves is great. This is like a third of that game. And like, to be fair, it does lead to really hilarious moments given how garbage it is, because it doesn't quite respond to what you're trying to do, which means that everybody's just kind of panicking, trying to figure out, okay, what's the weird position they want this Wii remote to be in for this to work out properly.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it was still fun. There's a simple joy between that just weird party. Everyone's trying to just do wacky motions. It's the same reason that WarioWare games are fun. Like, it's just that. Gosh, so looking back and seeing how they treated Rayman back here, I remember why I hated the Rabbids so much, because he's just dead. Although I will say that even many years later, the advertisements for this game in specific are still absolutely hilarious. Like, there's one that's
which one was it?
There's a bunch of them. It's Rabbids Go Around the World, so there's just little skits of them in various parts of the...
Okay, it was the World Tour one.
Yeah. So
I couldn't remember if it was that or Rabbids Go Home.
You have, like, a guy and a rabbit getting ready to go on the Tour de France. They're all both, like, waiting for the gun to fire. It goes, the bicycle guy shoots off, and you just slowly pan down to a rabbit sitting in a kayak, just with both the oars around. And just, when Rabbit's humor realizes that it can just, like, linger on a punchline for a second and doesn't have to just scream, like, Rabbits can actually be really, really funny, and I enjoy them. It's just also obnoxious. And this is very much in the time period where it was much more of the latter than the former. Oh, well. Rayman's back now, so it's fine, but, like... Wow, did they really rush these games out? Do you know
what's the best song remix in Raving Rabbids 2?
That's a good question. Satisfaction was the one that jumped to my mind first.
Okay.
I can't get no.
All right, because my only point of reference is, I played the first one, and I remember girls just want to have fun. And that's it.
Yeah, they're willing to spend money on the license music. Just not much else in the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Let's see. What was my other small one? I can't actually remember. Right.
You're going to recoil. There you go.
Yep, I did something truly, truly unspeakable. Because it was my youngest brother's birthday, and he really wanted to just play a game with me because he's a younger brother. That's what they want to do.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, okay, I'll let you. We can play whatever you want to. And I did I did something horrible, guys. I played League of Legends.
Man, that's 45 to 1 hour of your life minutes that you're not getting back.
That's the thing, though, because the worst part of any time I'm forced to go to play League of Legends because of a brother or something like that, I have so much fun. I'm really good at MOBAs. And just...
Okay, so who do you play?
I play I still don't know if his name is Viger or Viger. He's the Black Mage ripoff.
Okay.
Because like every time he kills something, it's an infinitely stacking power champion. So there's no cap to what he can pull off.
Right.
And like I don't know what half of the characters do, but it's just like okay, oh yeah, I've played. I could have played Heroes of the Storm professionally. Here's my combo. This one's the stun. Okay, boop boop boop. You're dead. Moving on.
Yeah.
God, I think it's because Heroes of the Storm teaches much healthier habits than League does. So when you're in that kind of, okay, this person doesn't play very much, you're kind of stuck with the lower echelons of players.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kind of stomp, and it's fun.
And of course your team is very nice to you the entire time.
Well, yeah, because I'm playing with my brother, my dad, and my other brother. So there's only one random, and we can easily just shut them out from sheer numbers alone.
Oh, so they don't go stop family bullshit or I feed?
Well, no, because I'm better than them. They don't need to feed because I'm killing everybody.
But if they feed, then you have to work for two people. And then they realize, oh no, he's working for two people.
It's fine.
And they go, oh no.
Oh
no, I try to feed, but the children, they hate my cooking.
I do wish that I know this is blasphemous to say, but I do wish I could get into this game. Like I'm so invested in the lore. I love the actual character designs, but it feels too rigid when compared to Heroes of the Storm. The jungling isn't as fun because the creatures aren't joining you in battle. The gold and item system isn't as interesting as talents are, and Heroes of the Storm has 15 maps. This has one. It's very easy to figure out what's going on.
Do you ever just get the temptation to go on Pokemon Unite and go, I want to make some children suffer?
Yes. Yes, I do. If I could play that game with a mouse and keyboard, I bet you probably could. I don't like controlling it with the Switch, which is what has thankfully kept that from being an addiction. But if that wasn't the case, like I could... I bet you I could destroy in that game. I'm pretty confident in my mobile abilities.
Good. I just want you to be a problem to children. That's all. I want you to bully them out of the genre so hard that they become fans of good games.
Yes, that's the justification. There we go. Okay.
If the child cries enough, they will never find League.
It's a public service.
They can't read that it's free underneath all of their tears. They will have to play games where reading is not necessary, like Mario or Yu-Gi-Oh!
Why do you actually have to read in Yu-Gi-Oh? That's how the cards work.
Name me one Yu-Gi-Oh player that reads the fucking cards.
But man, I can't even name one Yu-Gi-Oh player.
Name me one time where they just play Pot of Greed and don't have to explain it.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Alright, that's all I had for the League. What else you got?
So I got the urge because we were talking about and playing some racing games, and I went back to play Crash Nitro Kart. Because I big love Crash Team Racing. Adore that game. I also really love Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. And that has the Nitro Kart tracks in this. And I remember renting this game at least once or twice. And remembering that the final boss was insanely difficult. Like, just absolutely brutal. He throws you on a track that you've never been on. It takes like 5 minutes to get through the full 3 laps of it. Like more like 5.5, 6. Each lap is around 2 minutes or so. Throws out items, has 2 ads that only exist to throw items at you and make sure that the homing on the missiles hits them instead of him.
That actually sounds like a fun kart racer boss design.
It's fucking crazy. Like, it's well considered and sort of brutal. And I think the best way I can describe this game is I've been using Backlogged a bit more, and I've been just like posting my review thoughts immediately after I finish a game, so I can just sort of remember how I felt about it. Mm-hmm. I think the best way to sum it up is my first paragraph of the review here.
Okay.
Imagine coming home after a long trip away. Everything is just as you left it as you approach your door, covered by an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. It feels right. It smells right. You're truly, finally home. But when you open the door, you notice immediately something is off. The legs of your dining room table are all different sizes. The lights have an odd tint to them. Your wife repeats the same 3 lines of dialogue often. The floor seems to be covered in invisible tar. Your staircase causes your knee to give out whenever you use it, which isn't painful but is kind of embarrassing and makes you not want to use the stairs. Everything is just very slightly off. But it's still home, so you go through it, and then people tell you that the final boss of your home will be horrible, and you remember him being horrible, but he's not that bad if you nail the shortcut on 2 laps, and honestly, it's not that hard of a shortcut. Jungle Boogie's felt less consistent than this one that you have an actual vertical leap for, so you're kind of just felt empty at the end. This is what it feels like to play Crash Nitro Kart.
Yeah, a very relatable situation that everyone understands.
Absolutely. So it's Crash Team Racing, but everything is just a little bit bad. Your lines are a lot stiffer, so you get a lot less flexibility in how you can take them, and frankly just lets you improv less and makes it less of a fun, accessible kart racer because you lack the ability to just sort of change things on the fly based on the situation. Bosses are designed in a way that should be unfair, but they're not actually good enough at the tracks that if you can consistently hit shortcuts, they will always lose to you.
Okay.
You have to beat the entire game 100% to fight the final boss at all. And some of it is just agonizing because going off-road in this game sucks. And they have those Crash Relic challenges where, like, you have to hit the time crates to freeze the timer to finish under a certain time. And they'll just throw crates off the beaten path in the off-road zones that you just can't really do anything with.
Mm-hmm.
It's the weird experience of everything is just a little bit bad. And it's not that it's bad that it's different from Crash Team Racing, but it's just not fluid or fun. And everything feels much, much slower is the issue, which for a racing game is a death knell. Like, somehow you have less of an ability to control yourself and more time to think about how you have less ability to control yourself.
Interesting.
Because it takes longer to get places, but you can't steer yourself as well in getting places. And you would think it would even out, but it doesn't.
That's kind of hilarious, honestly.
Impressive,
really.
The interesting thing that this game adds are anti-gravity sections far before Mario Kart 8.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. No, this game has the full-on, like, the tires become little hover thingies and you go up vertical surfaces. There's, like, a really cool set piece wherein they have a vertical clock and you go up it around the clock underneath its arms.
That sounds sick. I like
It's
that.
really, really sick. They had to remove it from Nitro Fueled, so this is like the one really cool gimmick that this has. You control like shit when you're doing it.
I'm shocked. Given everything
You
else
go
described,
slower,
I'm
you don't
shocked.
maintain a boost very well, and your ability to turn is like cut in half.
Well, I guess it had to walk so that Mario Kart 8 could slightly jog.
Yeah, like, it's a game with legitimately good ideas, marred by the fact that it does every single one of them mediocre. But it's also copying off of my favorite homework that's ever existed for a racing game.
Fascinating.
But also only 13 tracks.
13? Why that specific number?
Because there are 3 per world, and then a final one.
Oh, okay. So it's the final boss kind of. That makes sense.
Yes. Which is weird because the PlayStation game had 18.
Well, yeah, they had to
Like,
cut down due to the massive size of this weird macho Crash man's biceps. That's a lot of polygons in these renders.
oh, dude, Crunch. I love Crunch. He's dumb and I love him. But yeah, it's an interesting game. It actually does fun things with the Crash lore because they divvy up the characters into teams, and then they have the character Entrance, who has no friends because he is a weird egg boy, but he knows hypnotism, so he hypnotizes your friends and some of Cortex's minions to be on his team.
Okay.
So you just get like Dingo Dial in a dinky little helmet and cross-eyed, being like, I love racing. And then you have the little polar bear that you ride doing the same thing.
Nice, okay.
Like, it's just cute and clever sometimes.
I do definitely... I'd rather have a bad, fun game than a fun, boring one, if that makes any sense. For these
And I don't know which one this is. Like, it is I am having the approximation of fun. It is like, it is the veggie patty of racing games. Wherein they're not even really trying to approximate meat, but are selling it to you like they are.
Okay. Is it healthy for you then? Using this?
Less than eating the actual meat, actually. But you'll feel better? Because it's on the GameCube? I don't know. I think I toughed this out. I don't think I like this game, but at the same time, I don't hate this game. Like, I don't even want to say it's fine, because it's not fine, but sometimes I can almost feel like I'm having fun.
Is
I
it a
almost
Sonic
feel like
06 kind of enjoyment in that way, where...
no.
Okay.
No. It's like when Sonic Heroes gaslights you into thinking it's going to be a good game at the very start.
Oh, yeah, that's all you needed to say. I 100% understand. I love Sonic Heroes. It's a terrible game.
I don't even love Sonic Heroes. Sonic Heroes is the first great gaming heartbreak of my career. Because then you get to the rail grinding level and you're like, this level is shit!
But the
Oh my
music's
God.
so good, though.
It's not!
Yes, it is.
Sorry, did you say the soundtrack?
Yes.
Okay, yes, the soundtrack is good.
Okay, you scared me there for a second.
I thought you said it's so good, though.
I said the music is so good.
Oh yeah, the music's great.
You're absolutely right.
Oh yeah, no. Like, please, Frog Forest is a banger of a track.
But you don't like going through the same levels 4 times with mediocre differences between all of them? You don't love the weird chaotic objectives where they'll just hide one bullshit candle somewhere where you would never expect it to be?
Yeah. Is it better or worse than Mickey USA? Oh, it's better than Mickey USA. Like, at least it functions.
Oh yeah, this looks way
And
more
has, like-
fun than Mickey USA.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like there's like thought and a feel, and it has the combo counter right on the screen, so you feel good. You're like, I gotta maintain this, and then for some reason the game takes it away from you. And you're like, what did I do? I'm sorry. But yeah, Crash Nitro Kart. It's a game.
Indeed, it is.
My next bit's going to be pretty long, and it's like a connected at the hip sort of thing. So you go.
I'll grab another one. Okay. A lot of what I played this, well, like these last 2 weeks, because it's been that long from the last one. It has just been finishing up the things I was playing last time. So I beat all those Age of Empires 2 campaigns, and it's actually given me something that I'm kind of really want to talk about. I think it's going to be a fun conversation.
You want to talk about Age of Empires 2? Damn, what a concept.
I know, shocking. But no,
do you think we could go a single podcast without talking about Age of Empires 2 or Mario Party?
Both? No. One or the other, maybe, but both combined, not possible. That is a shot in the dark dream. But
Can I talk about the Zelda movie? We talked about the Zelda movie last time.
Yeah, for like 30 seconds. That's all you really need to talk about it. But I'm actually wanting to talk more about a broader tradition with RTS games in general with this segment, because they actually did something pretty interesting here.
Okay, hit me.
You've played Warcraft 3, right? That's the one RTS
Yes.
you're familiar with.
Yes.
How much do you remember the allies being helpful in that game? Like when you're trying to save Grom, how's Jaina doing? When you're that final battle against the tree.
I remember the tree battle being cool as hell.
It was very cool, yes.
Actual allies being helpful? No.
Indeed. It's a issue that has plagued RTSs for essentially their entire existence. It's a really good way of making a RTS battle feel more grand is having various different factions and allies helping you out. But they never seem to land figuring out how to make those allies useful or effective. You'll have one of three things happen. They are either going to just not do anything. They're like... They give an illusion of being there, but it's really just a blob on your minimap that's a different color and it just stays there. They require babysitting, because if they lose, you lose the objective, so it becomes a very huge hassle trying to make sure that, we gotta make sure Jaina's fort doesn't die, or otherwise we got to start this whole thing over again. Or the ally is just going to betray you halfway through. That's like 90% of Age of Empires allies before this point.
Right.
But with this newest expansion specifically, they did something neat by trying to hunker down and just really figure out, okay, this is weird. How do we figure this out? And they do this in a lot of interesting ways. Many missions start with very neat choices. Like, for example, I can't remember what I think it's the Thoros campaign, where he'll have him choose between two of his brothers. One of them is a... really hothead, aggressive, like, okay, I want to go defeat the Byzantines or whatever it is he's fighting, and the other one's a very much more of a cowardly, okay, I just want to stay safe and defend. So you can immediately at the start of the mission choose between, okay, do I want an ally that's going to protect my flanks, or do I want one that's going to join me in battle? Which immediately creates a really good replay value for the mission, and actually kind of creates this air of just, okay, this is actually going to be interesting this time. Let's figure this out.
All right.
But on top of that, they have essentially made allies more interesting by giving you some semblance of control over them, which is, while still making it feel like you are fighting alongside someone else. Like, you can ping various areas of the minimap to be like, okay, we gotta go attack here, and they'll actually listen to you for once. You can use the in-game chat commands to tell them which enemy to target, or what kind of composition they should be building, which is really, really, really fascinating. And they're actually, active in what you tell them to do, which in a game in RTS games especially, can create some really interesting dynamics. Because the way that most RTS games function is that you kind of need a mixed composition of various different units. Like, you need your frontline kind of tanking, you need the damage in back, you need a few spellcasters. But you always kind of have to have that nice mix. But if you have an ally with you, who's already providing some of those roles... you can focus on some really interesting strategies because you don't have to fill all of them yourself. Like an example I'd give is that in Age of Empires you can use monks to convert enemy units. You know the whole Wololo meme and all that.
I'll pretend I do.
Good. So with those, they're very, very squishy, so you usually need a big army in front of them. And they take a lot of micromanagement because you have to individually target each one to various enemies. But when you have an ally with you, you can completely focus on that little micromanagement game. Of being, okay, you get this one, you get this one, you get this one. It creates a really fun... carving a chunk out of the RTS experience and letting you focus solely on that to exploit it to its fullest potential. Like, if you just really want to micromanage, or you really want to build up defenses, they've built this up to a point where you can essentially focus on whatever your preferred playstyle is, and your ally will naturally fill the gaps, which is fascinating. I love that. It makes them feel actually valuable to have alongside you. And that opens up some new design space by making it so, like, one of the missions features, you gotta help, what, I'm gonna miss this pronunciation. I think it's Babur of, is it the Bengalis or the Tamils?
King of the Elephants?
I think that character is actually named after this figure from Indian history. I think that there's like an actual correlation there. But anyway, he's a useless ally at first, and you see how he's performing, like, oh, okay, I gotta babysit this one. They were doing good for a moment. But his whole objective is that, okay, I need to recapture my city of Samarkand. And once you do that, he's like, okay, I have my resources now. Let me steamroll through the rest of the map for you. Which is just some really cool, fun little objective rewards from an RTS that you just don't see very much because people are so scared of messing with AI allies.
Right,
that's cool.
Right.
I love that. I wanted to see more design space with that, so kind of tied to this segment, I also wanted to try out, just see if any other game had explored this.
Mm-hmm.
So I checked out some Starcraft 2 mods. Might find... Sorry, I'm just trying to get footage in the background.
I get you.
There we go, to see if somebody else had tried to explore this idea. And I found one very creatively called Starcraft 2 Fight with Ally mod. Which takes this a little bit deeper. Instead of just having, like, okay, you got essentially a player 2 and a player 3 fighting alongside you, now you're kind of this player 0. You don't have a base. There's no, like, economy management or, like, capturing objectives or anything like that. You're just commanding a small strike force while an AI player goes through the StarCraft 2 campaign and is trying to, like, is basically taking on the role that the player would normally do in a regular run of the game.
Okay, all right, yeah, no, I'm familiar with, like, those episodes where, like, Jimmy is going through a base with a limited number and the objective is just survive the base.
Kind of like that, but it's alongside, like, the actual StarCraft 2 mission.
Right. You're the third party that comes in midway through the map is like, can we help?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's very interesting, especially for a game like StarCraft, because there's some really hyper-focused, extremely powerful spellcasters in these games. Like, get the High Templar and all that, they can just delete an entire army of units, but they're balanced by the fact that you have to balance microing them around with every other thing you have to do in StarCraft. If your ally's doing all of those things, though, you can just focus solely on controlling, like, a highly elite focused group of spellcasters, or a bunch of stealth units. Which, like, that's been a really cool aspect of this, because stealth is kind of useless in these games. Well, not useless in these games, it has very niche applications because there's so much detection. You have to focus solely on them to be effective with them, because the second they're always really, really fragile, and if they get caught, they're dead. With this, though, all the allies are doing all that work for you, so you can just perfectly create this. It's a weird power fantasy that most RTSs don't allow for, of just kind of enabling an ally to have the regular RTS power fantasy of just leading a giant army, and the enabling of just being like, oh yeah, look at them just spread over the map. I did that. I'm very proud of it. It's really cool. It's a very satisfying dynamic. I'd love to see in more games.
I am so glad that finally a game has fulfilled your dream of being Gandalf coming in with the eagles.
Okay, but unironically, that is like a solid dream of mine.
I didn't say it without purpose.
Oh, but like an actual RTS of just like a Lord of the Rings RTS. Just like, oh, can I get a Battle for Middle Earth mod like this? That would be really cool.
I like being able to hit the Duke Serotonin button or the Duke Revulsion button whenever I want. Puppets are rad.
Indeed, indeed. It's also just a very nice retooling of the StarCraft 2 story, which I don't very like a lot. It's a very long and boring story that is just Warcraft 3's The Burning Legion 2.0. But by making it into this, you're playing as the third faction, instead of, like, gathering all these disparate factions to slowly build up and become your unit choices for the rest of the game, the allies you gain actually become separate bases that will fight alongside you. So you're slowly gaining more and more players to aid as this special ops forces kind of deal. Which is so much better than the base version of the campaign. It's so satisfying to be like, oh yeah, we helped Jimmy out in this one mission and he's going to be just gone for the rest of it. No, now he's actually joining alongside you. He'll have his own little Terran base in the corner and he'll help you out through the rest of the mission. And I really like that. It's very cute.
That's a good, like, little advancement for that. Yeah.
Yeah. It does mean that at the end you've got like 7 different allies helping you simultaneously, and computers aren't designed to have that many units active on the screen. And that's kind of... I think I had like 15 FPS by the end of it, but it was fun. I enjoyed it.
Damn, you're almost at the level of playing Banjo-Tooie on original hardware.
Almost. We'll 8 more allies, and we'll get there.
You'll hit that consistent 12 FPS benchmark that Banjo is famous for.
I'll look forward to it. Gonna love it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have a small note here, just to kind of wrap this up.
Okay.
This mod tries to put a lot of, like, flavor text, like, dialogue between the characters talking with each other, because, like, there's a lot of characters that are here now that just weren't in the base game, which I love it as a cute concept, but I don't know if it's a second language or very young, but they're kind of written like a, how do I put this? Like a high school harem anime kind of scripts. Just lots of ellipses. You'll get like the weird emoticons of just the period W period to denote like emotions and stuff. Which in a
you get ooh?
Yes, which in a comparatively
you made Selma again go ooh.
There is a Protoss OC in this campaign that is just that, and it's hysterical.
I love this. This is my favorite character. Oh, Mr. Wayne, are you so big and strong?
I don't like Alarak. He's really mean. I'm going to be like, ha, you died every time his hero dies. It's so cringy, but it's really funny.
It's not like I liked when you destroyed that base or anything. It wasn't cool at all.
I'm pretty sure there's like that word for word.
That time that you rushed in with all the Zergs and went kek. I wasn't aroused, even slightly. You wouldn't be cool in real life at all if you did that. Your ability to be good at StarCraft 2 isn't at all attractive. Idiot.
It's a little less tsundere and more the if I say any aggressive words, I'll explode. I'm really meek. Please help.
Oh, I know. I'm evolving the script for you. I'm creating. Oh,
okay. You're getting the other.
I'm creating
the
tsundere Zerg.
We need the Terran OC and the Zerg OC. I like where your brain's going with this. As soon as they make the Zerg campaign version of this, we're gonna see that character there. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, fun ideas. I'd love to see an RTS specifically designed around this kind of format, because it's interesting seeing the genre try to tackle like various, like how Warcraft 3 is kind of half an RPG and half an RTS with how that campaign is designed. I really love seeing explorations like that.
I agree. I like it more than playing actual Warcraft 3.
Same. It's why that game's so good.
Yeah, was. Rest in peace.
Man.
And someday we'll be able to evolve and be like, damn, StarCraft really came around when they added the Sundrasilisk.
Don't speak that into existence. We're in a timeline where that's like
No.
30% more likely to happen.
Look, I have tried to will two things into existence for this past month, and that is the Syndrasilisk and also shipping Aegis with Luigi for some reason. I just wanted to see if I could make it happen. You've seen my work.
No, yeah, there was the initial gut reaction of, huh? But then, okay.
That literally came about because I said the words, I guess, and I thought I said it too fast. And I'm like, I know it has to be
Luigi. Done. Weirdly, kind of works. Okay, I got 2 more segments, so do one of your longer ones, and we'll go back and forth.
Mine are like tied at I have to talk about them at the same time. So do one of yours, and then I'll do mine.
I will do one more then. So, I'll just put the trailer on loop for this because it's a really good trailer.
The reason I said it was because the line was Luigi does machines, I guess.
Okay.
That was the phrase. I thought it was funny. And you know what? I still think it's funny.
I do as well. It was a good joke.
I think they're a cute couple.
So, last month, I mentioned that Teamfight Tactics was doing some... by the way, I've been playing this game every month. I just don't mention it very much because I run out of things to talk about. But as I discussed last time, the latest set of Teamfight Tactics dropped, and it's themed after music. I have now played it, and the results are so impressive that I need to talk about them. So, recapping what it was, and just what this game is, Teamfight Tactics is an auto-battler. Like, you place units on the board, you equip them with items, you find duplicates of the units to combine them into stronger versions, and every round you fight a board of units from another player. Like, your board goes against their board, and they just duke it out, and you see who wins. Every unit has a trait assigned to them. Like, you'll have, like, a Guardian trait, where, like, for every unit you have that trait, they'll give a progressively stronger shield to each other when their health hits half health. Or you'll have a Gunner trait that constantly attacks faster every time they attack. Like, simple strategic things like that creates a very card deck builder kind of fun of just trying to build a board with compatible traits. And just kind of experimenting to see what works with each other. Teamfight Tactics has done a lot of sets like this because with all the skins that League characters have, it's very easy to just be like, okay, now we're doing sci-fi now. Everyone's wearing their sci-fi skins. They've done classic fantasy. They've done, like, kaiju heroes versus monsters.
I'm familiar with how gacha works. I do own Luigi with the big sausage in Mario Kart Tour.
Yeah, exactly. You understand. Man, a Mario auto battle would actually be pretty cool. Anyway. For this set, for the 10th set, considering how important music has been to keep League popular, they themed it after, like, the various music bands they've created, the KDAs, the Pentakills, and all that. Which is already, like, a neat concept. It's a literal battle of the bands. Instead of your unit traits being, like, themed after, like, roles, you'll have the disco unit trait that spawns a disco ball that heals units near them. The metal band gets stronger for every unit they defeat. The hip-hop band does true damage, because they're called true damage, which is just kind of hilarious. That in and of itself would be fun. But the team behind this game went so much further than the extra mile. Anytime you have enough units on the board to activate their traits, the background music will start to evolve based on your units. This is only, like, an aesthetic change. It doesn't, like, affect the gameplay at all. But holy shit, it is the coolest aesthetic change of any game ever. Like, okay, example. Say I start with, like, the disco trait. It kicks up a nice funky beat in the background that I'm kind of already moving my shoulders to in my seat, because the music is all phenomenal. But as I level up more and can fit more units onto my board, I start building towards a magic damage composition, and that naturally puts some jazz units on my board. So now, that boppin' bass disco track in the background has a really funky saxophone solo going as well. Tossing a few pop music champions that are adding a weird auto-tuned, not lyrics, but kind of like an acapella, just kind of lyric beats going on at the same time.
Yeah.
And this is on top of the music naturally changing as the matches progress as well. Like, as the game goes on, the music evolves to become more and more frantic as the stakes are getting higher and higher.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm already listening to, like, a solid contender for one of the best OSTs of this year when I find the rare, powerful, one-kind, classic violin soloist. So now on top of everything, there's just a beautiful, powerful violin solo going on, taking the lead for this disco, jazz, pop music, and for somehow, it all works really well.
That's actually really incredible. Like, we see versions of this with a lot of things, like getting the band together in Mario Odyssey, or just any time where you slowly start adding instruments to a track. The ability to have it be that level of modularity is really incredible.
Indeed. They said a number at some point, but there's like 30 or 40 different songs kind of overlaying into each other. I know there's like 15 separate musical traits, like styles. You'll have country, you'll have an EDM band, and those mix together, and it's weird, but you're kind of nodding along to this just because you haven't really heard anything like this. The metal punk band is amazing. You'll get just some units are just based around, okay, we're just gonna add a sick beat to whatever you put us in, and it's completely compatible with any other combination. And one of the coolest things about it is that if you go to check out other people's boards, the music that plays as you're looking at their board will naturally fade into whatever the music is that, like, matches what their board is going for right now. So normally,
nice.
Yeah, normally you're just, like, scouting them out to figure out what the strategies are, but then you're just kind of, oh, wow, this is a country punk kind of combination. I didn't think this would work, but I'm kind of feeling this.
Yeah.
It's one of the coolest game design things I've ever seen. Like, I'd always give, like, a kind of passive recommendation to this game just because it's a nice, simple, like, play it for 20 minutes. It's on a phone. Got the nice addictive qualities of those card deck builders, but I would highly recommend everyone watching right now just to try out a few games, just to experience that kind of constantly evolving soundtrack. Like, it doesn't matter if you enjoy the game, but that kind of impressive feat of video game artistry is something that I feel like you just gotta experience to really appreciate fully.
Duke, you are introducing crack to the children.
I know.
You are like, hey kids, watch me do the 6 sax solo. Anyway, would you like to inject the syringe directly into your arm?
They're already playing Fortnite and League. I'm getting them away from League to the better
This
game.
audience?
This audience? Yeah, no, I've got a lot of Fortnite players in my audience. It's weird. I don't know where the correlation there is. It's the crossover. I'm a Smash Brothers creator. It's the crossover element. But yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of them, like, aren't happy about it. They're like, yeah, I play Fortnite. It's mid. Anyway, talk about how friggin' Snake is good in Smash Brothers, but again.
No, but most of them don't agree with us, though. It's very sad.
Most of them agree with us, except my stupid opinion on Mega Man.
That's true.
But I am taking 100% of your aggro right now. Except from the Xenoblade fans. I'm only taking like 50% of that.
Only 50? I gotta step it up, man. I haven't hated on Xenoblade in so long. What is wrong with me?
I don't know. You know, Xenoblade 3 is a lot like an auto battler in that you don't even have to play it to win.
Oh no, are you kidding me? An auto battler, you have to do way more than Xenoblade 3.
That's very true.
Like, you actually have to occasionally press the mouse button to choose your new champions. Like, that's like a solid, like, 3 clicks per battle there. That's like triple the amount for Xenoblade. It's crazy. Anyway, fun game. Would recommend. At least check out the soundtracks. Because, like, it's really cool just to see how the different things mesh together. Alright. I only have one more,
Alright.
So now you go.
Yeah, I got you. Let's roll. So, getting a Steam Deck has been really great because, first off, it has ruined my ability to play the Switch because it's like twice as heavy. So every time I pick up the Switch, I'm like, this is a baby toy. This feels like air. Which is blue and red baby toy. I hear the sounds and the cow goes moo. This isn't my big, dark, sleek, portable console for men.
But it's Nintendo don't.
It allows me to dive into a lot of different series that I didn't get the chance to access at all, or live games that I'm like, that'd be great. I'd love to play it. I have no ability to play this video game. And a big one for me, one that I really wanted to and never got the chance to play and now have completed, is Psychonauts 2.
Please tell me about this game, because anytime I see it, I just know I would probably enjoy it, but I just never.
How much do you know about Psychonauts?
I know they jump into people's minds. It's kind of a.
Okay, so you haven't played Psychonauts 1 at all?
No, I have not.
Okay, this is a direct sequel to the VR game that no one played, which is a direct sequel to Psychonauts 1.
Okay.
From the beginning of Psychonauts 1 to the end of Psychonauts 2, I believe less than a week has passed in universe.
Okay.
So it's a very, very direct story. Psychonauts has always been an utterly fascinating product because it's developed by Double Fine and Tim Schafer, big pioneer on the early days of adventure games, big voice behind the original Monkey Island titles and Grim Fandango and those sorts of games. Wickedly, utterly, incredibly creative games. The issues with Psychonauts 1 were twofold. One, it was an Xbox exclusive and 3D platformers were going out of vogue while Psychonauts 2 was being developed. Which means that Xbox got cold feet and basically killed all marketing for the game. So it sold really, really badly. And two, it's a 3D platformer where the platforming is kind of rubbish.
Yeah, that checks out from what I've seen.
It's very janky. Momentum is really weird. None of your jumps really feel all that confident. You kind of have very slow air time. Your ability to move, you actually get a neat little Talon Trot equivalent in the form of levitation that works. And it's decently fun, but it doesn't really work in a lot of the design for the game. The difference is that Psychonauts has some of the best level design and most clever writing in any game ever.
Okay.
Like, it's just insanely smart in how it presents levels. The most famous one, obviously, being the one where you go into the mind of a conspiracy theorist and are in a suburbia called the Milkman Conspiracy, wherein you have to do a stealth mission on G-men who are pretending to be individuals just barely functioning with their roles because everything is a conspiracy. And they have wonderful lines of dialogue like, I am a housewife. Though my husband will desire me less sexually in time, he will always enjoy my pies. How do you do, fellow road worker? I'm working on the road, and they will be hitting the road with a stop sign like a hammer. Wickedly clever. The ability to introduce concepts like depression, internal self-loathing, and grief over a loved one's suicide to children is insane. And to make it funny on top of that,
wow,
utterly incredible. Bad game, kind of a masterpiece.
Best kinds.
Like, oh my god. So Psychonauts 2 has a lot to live up to. Psychonauts 1 was actually the first game that I played off of Steam, and playing that game on keyboard and mouse made it even worse.
Oh, no.
So I don't have the... Oh, yeah.
There was a blip.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Internet
You're clear.
access. Am I here now? Are we here?
Yeah, you're here. You exist.
Okay, go back like 20 seconds.
Okay. So Psychonauts 2. It has a lot to live up to, and it is better than Psychonauts 1 in almost every way, unless you have a really personal connection to Psychonauts 1. The issue is that everything it does is an absolute masterpiece with like 2 asterisks next to it.
Oh, not just 1, but 2?
It's... The opening level is one of the most creative that you can imagine. It is, you have trapped a villain inside of a mental construct of being an office worker in order to give him a promotion so that you can interrogate him about what he won't tell you in the real world.
This sounds phenomenal.
But it slowly breaks down, and he is a dentist. So slowly the office starts being overcome with gums and teeth and braces, nightmarishly warping around each other. I think it's called Lobato's Labyrinth is the stage name.
Oh my gosh. This imagery, jeez.
I know. It has the elongated hallway where you're running at him, and it's like, why are you taking so long? And the hallway will stretch out before you as he goes into the background, like you're going into an optical illusion and trying to platform through it.
Mm-hmm.
It has rail grinding on braces, a slide on teeth. It is one of the most visually incredible things. Platforming is better than Psychonauts 1, but still not great. Combat still sucks. It is still bad. Every time that combat happens, it feels like an elongated thing. You have a 3-hit combo, and most enemies will interrupt you in the second hit. You just don't get feedback tactilely from enemies unless you hit them with their weaknesses. But the issue is you can only map 4 of your powers to your buttons, and otherwise have to delve into just a little quick menu to remap your buttons, which doesn't sound bad, but you're doing it very constantly. And of course, you'd like to have powers available for traversal and the like, because that gives you the good movement. So you really only have like 2 buttons to spare. It's something that constantly takes me out of the experience when I feel like they could have mapped a better solution for it.
It definitely seems like a game where the actual gameplay side of things probably had the lowest priority compared to everything else. And I don't see it as a bad thing. It's just that it doesn't...
Oh, I think that the gameplay had a lot of thought put into it,
combat,
definitely. Oh, combat, yes. Oh. But it still improves it from Psychonauts 1.
How bad was it in Psychonauts 1?
It was bad. And just like I struggle with it because like the overall plot is fantastic, but they introduce too many characters and don't know what to do with them for a massive amount of the game. So they just kind of disappear. And then they show up at the end, and it feels really unearned. That, like, all your friends are helping you with the final boss. You haven't seen them in 12 hours, and all the characters you've been bonding over with those 12 hours aren't here. Even though they really should be.
That's not fair. I know this game was kind of stuck in development hell for a very long time, so I wonder if this is a case of ambition outpacing what they wanted the game to be.
Oh, you can tell that they ran out of kickstarted budget at times. Like, you can very much tell where their incredible ambitions are going up against the limitations of what they're able to.
Unfortunate.
But at the same time, I'm like, okay, I'm not really having fun with the platforming except in small spurts. I'm not really having fun with the combat ever. But goddamn, a video game has never let me 3D platform around the concept of alcoholism before, and it hits that note really, really hard.
Does it have like a kind of drunk goggles effect over the platforming, or?
No, it is. The man is isolated in a sea where he is on an island, and the island is created by giant bottles that he is trying to isolate himself with. And every time you go to another island, you are met with another NPC that you know in the game who will tell you why they don't want to associate with that loser. It is, you are going over the sea of your own drowned sorrows.
Damn.
Talking to people, giving their opinion of why the person internally thinks that everyone else hates them.
That's strong.
And that's like the hub of the area. That's not going into the bottles to going through all of the trauma that they are repressing and keeping away from them because they don't want to get hurt again.
They can do all that and not put enough budget into the combat?
Yeah, and then the combat's like... And the frustrating part is they can do platforming well. There's a whole open area called the questionable area, which is like platforming through the Mystery Shack in Gravity Falls and the town of Gravity Falls. It's just this open area full of little mini platforming challenges where you just do collectathon shit. And it feels really, really good. And there's no combat, so it's great.
Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm just watching a spinning... It's like a slide level, but they're just spinning rings of teeth as it's going down the slide.
Yes.
My God, the visuals
absolutely.
In this game.
Go ahead and look up the stage Psy King's Sensorium.
How do I spell that?
PSI King and then Sensorium.
Got it.
Go ahead and look at that.
Let's skip around to let people... What am I watching?
You are platforming through Yellow Submarine.
Everything is eyes.
Yes, because he...
And space.
Loves his senses, and you're platforming through the eyes part of him because he
There's
can
a boss
taste
battle against
sights,
a panic
he can
attack.
hear colors. Yes. It is, he is overwhelmed by his senses, so you have to fight the panic attacks that he has.
Gosh.
This character is voiced by Jack Black, and he has a musical number at the end.
What?
This game is incredible.
Okay, I apologize to the live audience, but we're going to skip around this for a second, because... Oh my God! Yeah, like, what... Were they just perpetually on acid while designing this game? This is amazing!
It's... I know. There is another level that is a game show, which it plays on the ideas of pressure and anxiety of everyone watching you and demanding you perform. It has some of the funniest dialogue I have ever heard.
So what you're saying is that this is the exact kind of game that you don't necessarily want to play, but you need to watch someone else play it.
I think that even playing it, it's still pretty good. It's just every so often I am taken out of it. Every so often I can feel the parts where the game doesn't get to where it's going. I can see the constant cracks in it. But the strengths that it possesses make it an absolute masterpiece. That sometimes has like stretches of like 30 minutes that aren't very good. And the best part, it has an overarching plot that I think is fucking great. It plays on a mystery It had me screaming at the screen at a character's actions because they did a really bad thing. They made a big fucky wucky, and they are incredibly resentful of it, and they hurt every day from it, and you can see the pain, you can feel it. The voice acting in this game is immaculate.
Please say the fucky wucky is a line from the game.
No, they don't curse. Please understand that they're saying this in dialogue that can be understood by children. Please understand, with about the maturity level of, say, Billy and Mandy or Courage the Cowardly Dog, it is addressing, you want a platform through self-imposed alcoholism?
That's... I don't have words. That's just... wow.
Yeah, if you're remotely interested in this game, play it. I can't promise that it will be the best game that you have ever played. In fact, I think it is very, very flawed. But if it resonates with you, the heights that it gets to are insane. And on art direction alone, this is one of the most beautiful games I have ever seen. I could go down every single individual level. I haven't even touched the final level.
Okay, at this point, don't spoil it, because I
won't.
Genuinely don't want to play this.
No, I don't dare to. But, like, please understand, I was popping off at that level. Also, do understand you will be very lost if you do not know the plot of Psychonauts 1.
Okay. Good to know.
So there is homework, but also Psychonauts 1 is like this fantastically written game too. Like, it is debatable which of these games are written better because they are serving different purposes.
Okay.
Like, Psychonauts 1 is about going into broke people that society has deemed broken and listening to them and their hearts. Psychonauts 2 is listening to people in society who have been broken by their actions and by the world around them and trying to let them reintegrate what was good about themselves before.
Wow, all right. Those are not the heavy themes I would expect looking at the general character designs and everything else about this game.
Yeah. And Billy Horvitz kills it as Raz. Freaking Richard Horvitz. I always call him Billy Horvitz because he voices Billy and Mandy.
Oh, okay.
And also Invader Zim. Has an insane amount of dialogue. Kills it. And then they give him like this little side character that's like, you could project a little mini you. And it's voiced by Gurr. And I'm like, it's so cute. I love it.
Nice.
He's like, hello, figment of my imagination. Wow, I'm an airplane now. That's so cute. You think you have feelings. This game is great. And, oh my God. The issue is that I played another 3D platformer called Pseudoregalia.
I've never heard of this one before.
It came out just this year. It is a 3D platformer Metroidvania.
Oh.
Wherein you are thrown into a large labyrinth, and it's just like, okay, figure out how to get to the end of it. This might be the best 3D platformer I've ever played when it comes to 3D platforming.
Really?
This might have the best movement of any 3D platformer I have ever had. To describe to you how it feels, you get an upgrade called the Sungreaves, and they are your wall kick. You have 3 individual wall kicks that you can chain into a wall kick, and you will go perpendicularly to however you are holding the stick when you kick off of that wall.
Okay.
This allows for the most insane feats of platforming wherein you see something, you look at that, and you go, I don't think I can get to that, but I might be able to. and you're able to kick off the walls in such a way that more often than not, you are 100% able to. It is that feeling of Metroid of getting to the power bombs early, of getting to the ice beam early, that feeling of Spyro, of gliding over the distance and going into an area that you thought was utterly inaccessible. You have one of the most fun slides I've ever dealt with. You have the Titanfall 2 wall run by the end.
That's sick.
Like, from a pure movement perspective, this game is just an infinitely expanding jungle gym to test just how far you can push yourself. Like, do you know that feeling that you got with Mario Odyssey when I think his name is Knucklemeck, the big hand guy? There's that big hand man with like the South American inspired from the Desert Kingdom.
Under the pyramid.
Yeah. And there's this big wall right next to him. And you have to slowly scale that wall, and it doesn't look like you're supposed to. Like, it's just random geometry. But at the top, there is a pile of coins that lets the developers know, yeah, we knew you could get here. Good job. This is a game of that.
All right.
This is a massive labyrinthine game of that. I unabashedly love this game. Combat is not very good, but guess what? It's better than Psychonauts 2.
I skipped forward in the video, and a lot of these moves... Wow! They're failing to platform right now, but the tools they're using...
Oh, yeah.
His constant wall jumps. That's so cool!
The feel of this game is incredible. I hit the button, and I'm like, oh, this is the good jump. This is how it feels to have a good jump, and I have missed this. I will outright say, like, the only platformers that come close to this, for me, in level of flexibility of your moveset, are Sunshine and Titanfall 2, and that's it. And this, I think, is better than them. Like, is this my favorite 3D platform of all time? No. I like Head in Time more. I like Banjo more. I probably like Galaxy more, but I'd have to replay it. Does this game have some flaws? Yeah, there's no map. So if you're a person who... Yeah, it is utterly massive, but guess what? I loved that. I loved the feeling of needing to remember where everything was. I loved the feeling of getting familiarity based on wandering. It felt good. At the end of the game, it does like the Metroid Prime, you got to fetch the keys to unlock the last area thing, but it tells you roughly where they are, and it gives you extra abilities that now you go back to these areas and you utterly dominate them. You cleave through them like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, I'm just watching someone trying to do a single platforming challenge over and over again, and the sheer amount of tools they have on display.
Mm-hmm.
God, this is impressive.
I accidentally sequence broke this game like 20 times, and then went back and did it the regular way.
The game walkthrough I'm watching is only 2 hours long. Is this a very short game?
It took me about 5 hours to get through it.
Okay.
I felt pretty densely fulfilled by it.
Okay.
Combat's a bit loose, a bit like Dark Souls-y in how it works, where it feels like you're just kind of bouncing off the enemies with it and just waiting for their tells.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the focus, and it doesn't feel like an interruption like it does in Psychonauts. This is odd to me because Psychonauts 2 is by far the more fulfilled game in all of its ambitions and what it's reaching to. Mm-hmm. But Pseudoregalia is just so perfect in the one thing that it does as a 3D platformer that I can't help but adore it. They represent different parts of a dichotomy, wherein one I I feel myself constantly wanting more, but the peaks are, oh my god. And this one wherein I am fully satisfied and happy and impressed the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this gave me the feeling of when I would go into games as a child and not exactly know where to go or how to do something because I was a child and I was stupid. And I didn't have a sense for games yet. And games hadn't fully developed into what they would be yet. I felt lost and alone. But I felt wonderful, and I felt like I was just doing things that the game didn't intend for, that the game absolutely intended for.
I'm seeing a lot of, like, I love the, like, hitting the black hole things to keep yourself airborne, to, like, plan out your next... This looks so fluid.
It is.
Some Hollow Knight Path of Pain stuff right there.
Yep, and if you're worried about this being a weird goat cat lady, don't worry. There is exactly one accessibility option for you, and it is to give the main character pants.
I wasn't going to mention it because of the PS1 graphics, but there was definitely a moment of like, okay, yeah, that's a character design.
Yeah, don't worry, we got you covered.
I do love the art style, though. This is some, like, old school, like, 3D model stuff.
Yes, I love how it takes your eyes a bit to adjust to the frame rate of the character.
Yeah.
Like, the way that it defines every motion, the way that it frames every key pose is so cool to me. But yeah, this game is, I believe, less than $10 to purchase. It's a nice, quick sprint of a game. You can get lost. I did not need a map to get through it, but I did see that there is one guy who has made hand-drawn maps of this, and that's the only resource that the community has right now. But, like, this is one of those games where you play and you feel like, damn, speedrunning this could be really fun.
Oh, I would love to see a speedrun of this.
Mm-hmm.
How long do you think it would be? Just to, off top of your guesstimation. How to beat it?
To beat it, maybe in between 20 and 30 minutes if there are, like, no major glitches. If there are major glitches, hell if I know. But just, this gave me... This is a game that constantly made me slowly go under my breath. Fuck yeah, video games.
That's a good feeling.
Like, oh, I love video games so much. Like, it feels dirty to say that I liked this more than Psychonauts 2, the game where you platform around the concept of alcoholism with the teeth labyrinth. But I think I like it more than Psychonauts 2. I think... Oh, man. This and Theater Rhythm is a tough call for which game I liked more this year.
Oh, really? Will this make your top 100 then?
Yes, easily. This and Psychonauts 2, both easy up there.
Damn, nice. Okay, cool.
Like, I look at that and I see that Spyro the Dragon is in my top 100, and I go, no, this kicks Spyro's teeth in. I think Spyro is, like, a near perfect game in what it wants to do.
This just takes the formula so much further. I do love just what I imagine this would feel like to master. Like, this isn't a perfect playthrough. I've been watching this person fail a lot at these, but just the moment that they get the jumps perfectly placed, like, God, that must feel so good.
It is. That moment of, like, I thought I could do it, I did it. Is like, this game is so good at that. $6 on Steam at the moment? Yeah, $6. $6. That's like $1 per hour.
Might as well.
Yes, that game, again, is Pseudoregalia.
Yeah, Pseudoregalia, separate words, easy to spell from there.
Mm-hmm.
It should be in the timestamps later.
Yep. Alrighty, and then that does it for me, because both of those games were long, transformative experiences that I thoroughly enjoyed.
All right, I got one more.
Yeah. Talk about your nerdy real-time shit.
Have a problem. Oh, this isn't real. Well, I guess MOBAs did kill the real-time shit, and it's heartbreaking. Hold on, I want to get some proper tournament footage up for this because I miss this competitive game so much. So last month I played a bit of Heroes of the Storm for a video, and I mentioned I ended up having to uninstall it because I couldn't resist playing it. I lack self-control. That lasted about 2 days. About 2 days. So yeah, I have reinstalled that and I've been playing a disgusting amount lately. And you know what? I've realized that I adore this game. I think this is... I put it in like... I did that top 25 thing recently. I put it at like the 12th spot. This is a top 5 game to me. I adore this game.
Yeah, it's funny how those creep up on you.
Right, you just go back to reviews and it's like, holy shit, this is how good this feels? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's what Pokemon Puzzle League is like. When you're like good at video games.
Mm-hmm. And I think I want to do like a proper deep dive into what makes this game special as both a MOBA and a crossover. Because I think every time I've mentioned this game before, I've just been like, yo, this is so fun. Look at all these crazy character designs. Which, like, it is, and they are.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to explain why it's actually worth praising from, like, a game design standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
So, how do I approach this? I think to best explain the benefits of Heroes of the Storm, I need to explain some of the shortcomings of a regular MOBA. So, in a word, what I think the biggest problem with, like, League of Legends, Dota 2, the reason why they're so toxic and inaccessible is that they are 5 versus 5 team-based games who are at their most fun when you were playing the individual power fantasy they provide. Like that.
Well, no, I think that's the issue with them is that they are 40-minute games where you know who will win in the first 7 minutes.
Oh, well, yeah, that too. Which Heroes of the Storm also fixes, but... I think that's what keeps people playing, despite that huge, just massive detriment against the game. Because when you actually get fed, when you get that power spike of being able to 1v5 a team, it feels incredible. But you can only have that if both the other team is suffering and your allies kind of aren't getting to... experience well. Like, you want to be able to not need your allies, which is a very weird vibe to have for a game that's supposed to be based around this 5v5 format.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there also is, like you said, that huge, just massive time sinks these games. I didn't play League of Legends much, but I did play Heroes of New Earth, which was kind of the contemporary back in, like, 2009 to 2012-ish.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be able to compete with it, but, like, I'd have games that lasted, like, an hour. I think the longest one I ever had was like an hour and a half. Those games have really significant periods of downtime, like these kind of Mexican standoffs between both sides, because there's always the chance to get a little stronger by just farming up more gold in the jungle or in the lanes or whatever, and if you lose, like that could just snowball the entire game. So they just kind of have both sides just kind of waiting for the other side to make a move, and that can last so long. And also, because if there's somebody getting that 1v5 fantasy, they don't want the game to end, so they'll keep you trapped in the game because they want to keep playing you. And that's just not fun. But then enter Heroes of the Storm, which tackles these problems in a lot of really clever ways. For one, right off the bat, all experience is shared. You physically cannot have the individual power fantasy because your team is always growing as strong as you are. So right off the bat, your team is always on an equal level that encourages just that kind of, okay, work together because we're all about at an equal power level. It also heavily rebalances the roles. Healers and tanks are way stronger in this specific game at doing their jobs. Healers in particular can heal about as much as a DPS can dish out, which just doesn't really happen in other MOBAs. Mm-hmm. It actually tries to embrace like that kind of the proper sort of like MMO traditional like role slots, like your tank, healer, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And what that does is it allows those roles to be able to make plays that are just as impressive as a DPS leading the entire team. oftentimes more impressive. Like, there's some fights I've had in this game where I'll have to be kind of looking around after the dust has settled, being like, how are we all still alive? Ana player, you are an absolute god for landing every single one of your skill shots there. It lets everyone have those cool moments just recontextualized in what they're supposed to be. The tank can grab their DPS when they weren't expecting them and just toss them into the enemy team. Even people that want to, like, just farm experience and split push can, like, really make important plays by being where the opponent is not. It results in that power fantasy still existing, but only when working together when everyone is playing their role properly, which, you know, is the fucking point of the MOBA. It's 5 versus 5.
Would you say that direct action in this game, things like aiming and being in the right place to hit lines, is that more important in HOTS than it is in other MOBAs?
I would say that, on a micro level, it's about equal. Like, everyone has that kind of same, okay, this skill shot, you gotta land this perfectly. Like, there's a lot of similar kits across every single MOBA in that kind of way.
Right. Yes.
On a macro level, though, it is significantly more important here, because Heroes of the Storm has, for one, 15 different maps that all have these separate objectives. So, like, for example, you'll have Braxis Holdout, which is a Starcraft map, where every, like, 3 minutes or so, these 2 control points will activate on opposite sides of the map. If you control both of them, you start slowly filling a percentage gauge that will slowly spawn more and more Zerg whenever one of those gauges hits 100%.
Okay.
And every map has something like this, these centralized... Centrified? What was I saying there? Centralized objectives that forces the teams to come together and properly judge, like, okay, we need to compete over this. We don't have a choice in the matter. We need to be able to outposition, make sure we can capture both of these objectives, because the objectives are strong. They will smash through your defenses, which is really nice, because that means that there is a quasi-timer over every single game. These games cannot last longer than 30 minutes, because these objectives physically will not allow that to happen. Your defenses cannot survive, like, 3 waves of the Zerg swarm on Braxis Holdout. It can't survive, like, the Alliance charging on Alterac Pass. Like, it's a very nice way of just making it so you can actually get to the next game, even if you're getting destroyed. And there's also a lot of nice... The way that experience balances out if you kill someone when you're on the back foot is significantly greater than if you kill someone when you're ahead. So there's a really nice... What's the word I'm looking for? Comeback mechanic in that way. So not only is the game much shorter, it's also rarely over. You can get way more comebacks in this game specifically than you can with the likes of League of Legends or Dota or whatever else.
No, that's good. The way that I've always felt MOBAs being in playing, you know, classic Dota and a little bit of League back in the day was, it always felt like it was very much like MMO PvP, where it felt like it is a competition of who hits their rotation first and best, and who has the best kit of who hits their rotation first and best.
And
this feels like it's less that.
Yeah. There are elements of that, but it has to, like, every single person has to be completely in sync to land that kind of, like, okay, we caught you out of position and now you're just dead. Because every person only has a part of that rotation. Like, you'll rarely find a DPS with a stun or a tank with massive amounts of damage. Like, people have to work together, otherwise you just can't play the game.
Yeah.
Now, another small kind of, like, tangential thing to it, but a huge part of what also pushes these games along is how this game handles the jungle. You know how jungles work in a MOBA, right? You, like, have these AI
they've got fun in
creeps.
games.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Damn, took you a while.
Yeah, I know. Instead of the jungler hero just disappearing to farm gold for, like, 20 or 30 minutes, which happens a lot in, like, regular League or MOBAs, because, again, you're trying to chase after that individual power fantasy, and if you keep farming stuff, you keep getting stronger, If you go fight other people, you might risk dying, so just stay in there, leave your team behind. But in this game, there's a brilliant little nugget of game design by making it so that any sort of jungle camp that you defeat will immediately get back up, walk to your lane, and start charging down the lane with you. Which not only makes it so the jungler's effects have an actual impact that helps the rest of the team, it naturally tells the jungler, hey, you just got these really big mercenaries on your side. Look at these giants walking down the stage. You should go with them and make sure you fight with your team alongside them. Because, you don't want that work to go to waste.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a good bit of game design that pretty much every MOBA has copied it since in one form or another. I think the Rift Herald in League works that way now. Just like, oh yeah, beat the boss, you can get the boss on your team.
Yeah. I know him, that's Zapdos.
Yeah, exactly. On top of fixing those shortcomings of the genre, there's just some really neat ideas in this game. Well, for one thing, just 15 maps. Like, League has one. The sheer amount of variety that provides just between, like, keeping up a healthy meta for the game. Like, you watch a competitive League tournament, you're gonna see the same heroes picked over and over and over again because that's a 15-year-old game and people just know what's good right now. There's people who have built their careers around this. Heroes of the Storm has 15 different metas. There's 15 different maps. Some heroes are better on some maps than others. It's a really nice way of just making sure that even if there's some heroes that are stronger than others, they're never always strong on the same maps. You're always seeing different heroes every single time.
And competitive isn't like, what if we ban 13 of these maps and make 2 counter picks?
Oh, no. You get 1 map ban in, like, the competitive side of things.
Holy shit.
No, yeah, it's glorious. Like the current, like, a YouTuber called Caldor, if anybody wants to see, like, what a proper good MOBA competitive scene looks like, has something called Meta Madness, where not only do you have, like, all the map pools in rotation, anytime a hero is chosen, that hero can no longer be chosen for the rest of the competitive sets.
Ooh.
So if you have, like, a best of 7, like, I'm watching a best of 7 match right now. This is what the gameplay is right now. 10 heroes per game. They have the audience ban 10 of them outright, just because it's fun. There's, like, 3 heroes left over that don't get chosen if every game goes. And there's not enough healers to be able to do, like, every single game. So you'll have, like, fascinating games of just like, okay, well, we can't heal ourselves now, but what if we just picked every single stealth hero so we can just delete whoever we meet and they just can't do anything about it? It is such a just... barring maybe Age of Empires 2, there's no game that's more fun just to watch people play their characters, because there's so many different variables at play every single time. Maybe you want to just pick every single healer for a game. Like, sure, you're going to screw yourself over that game, but once it gets to game 5, there's just no healers left. And it's fantastic. I love it. On top of that, most MOBAs have a, like, shop and item system. Like, everybody, I don't have to explain this.
I like how you look at the camera. Just go, I don't have to explain this to you.
You know how this works. But, like, Heroes of the Storm critics will often point to that, being like, oh, look at this baby game, not having the complicated mechanics in here. Where's all the items? There's like 48 items in League of Legends. But I want to be able to choose between all these different options. That's bullshit. A MOBA item shop is not a cornucopia of choices, it's an illusion of choice. Because as soon as you see the enemy team, as soon as you know what hero you're building, if you're not picking from a pool of, like, 8 items, you're doing something wrong.
I don't think I've ever seen a League match without a guide telling you what items to pick at all times, or you already have it memorized.
Like, they're just builds. They're just... I would go so far as to say that League of Legends, despite having so many options, has about as many variables as Heroes of the Storm does. But what Heroes of the Storm does is it has something called talents. And what talents do is that instead of having, like, those basic stat increases of being like, okay, you move faster now, or your ability does more damage, it will actually change up what your abilities do. So, like, say you have Thrall, right? He's got the same chain lightning ability that he's got in Warcraft 3 as the hero ability. You can make it so that every time it bounces between 2 separate heroes, it does increased damage for every single one. That just keeps stacking and stacking and stacking.
Yeah.
You can make it so that it bounces more times. You can give him more charges of it. You can make it so that if he hits somebody when he's chain lightning them, he'll do like a percentage of their health. Like doing like actual fundamentally changing what the ability is and evolving it in new, unique ways. That's so much more interesting than there's a basic just like, okay, my damage now does 700 damage instead of 600 damage. It provides the variety in more interesting ways and allows the characters' designs to actually be explored in more ways. Like, you get a lot more out of, like, just your Warcraft 3 heroes than you would with somebody like Jinx, who's just like, okay, yeah, she shoots the rockets, they go boom. Like comparing Jinx to Junkrat. Like, you know Junkrat, right? Overwatch?
Yeah, yes.
Like, having his basic kits, but also having just like, you know, what if he just hopped onto a giant nuke, screamed out, let's go for a ride, and just... Like, imagine if Jinx could, like, hop onto the rocket, like, in her, have you seen the Get Jinx?
Get Jinx, yes.
Yeah, if you should actually do that in the game, that's what Heroes of the Storm is determined to let players do.
Okay.
But I guess kind of jumping off of that, what I think is actually interesting to the audience, this game is a phenomenal crossover. Like, for what a crossover I think should be, this has so much fun. I would call it a better one than Smash Brothers, like, in a heartbeat, because it actually does stuff with the crossing over.
Oh, damn, like Fortnite.
I'd say Smash Brothers does more than Fortnite.
Oh, come on. Rick Sanchez can do a Kamehameha.
Well, okay. Letting other characters... Okay. I guess we're actually talking about 2 separate extremes, right? Of letting the characters do the crossover shit, or actually bring stuff from the crossover into the game.
I can make Master Chief do a Shoryuken. It's great.
But doesn't let characters, like, mix a lot. Fortnite lets characters mix a lot, but it barely has any depth to it. Anyway, Heroes of the Storm does both. Characters talk constantly. They joke around and mock each other. You'll have... like the demons of Diablo, impressed by the pure evil of the baby Murloc and how he's going to make a fine general one day. You'll have D.Va from Overwatch. She's a professional Starcraft player, and she'll actually geek out when she's playing alongside, like, the actual characters from the game. You'll have, like, specific mounts from each game that can be mixed and matched, so you have Thrall riding a Starcraft vulture, or Diablo charging into battle on top of a Warcraft exploding sheep, which is just... It's goofy, but it's like the good kind of goofy shit, where it's just like, I can't believe you're allowed to do this way, but it's just so much fun. Every character has a dedicated dance emote, like specifically tailored to their personality, and it's the best thing ever.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, I do like that.
I think, like, if we made, well, not if we, it would be absolutely me, but if I made, like, a Smash design tier list version of this, it'd probably average out much higher than what we did for Smash Brothers. And granted, that's because MOBAs are a lot simpler. There's just less things that characters are doing.
Well, it's also because it's developed properly from the ground up and constantly evolving, whereas Smash Brothers is like, let's not touch Olimar. Let's just not.
Why? But it's tradition, though. We don't want to leave the players behind. Donkey Kong can still have the headbutts. There's nothing else he could do. Not a damn thing.
Bruh, they killed Heihachi. Like, he's dead right now. Maybe not for another game, but right now he's dead. Shut up. Shut up. Cliff Guilty Gear has been dead for like 20 years. And those players, they aren't eaten because he's fucking dead. Shut up. Stupid.
Even despite the MOBA being like a not shallower, but like you only have 4 abilities and like a handful of animations, they still do a really good job in terms of embodying the feel, the kind of power fantasy a character should have. Like, you remember Maiev from Frozen Throne, the Night Elf Warden?
Yes.
Around? Instead of just copying over their kits, they had a few creative liberties with it. They're like, okay, she's a jailer, she's a warden. What if she could, like, hook people with her abilities and make it so that they can't leave a certain ring around her? What if she created, like, a ring of, like, a literal jail around her just to create this kind of fantasy of like, okay, she's literally the warden that prevents people from running away from her. All of her abilities do more damage if they hit multiple people simultaneously. You'll have the Archangel Imperius, who is a really just hothead, big shot, thinks he's better than everybody else, and his entire kit is designed around, okay, he's going to initiate the fight, and he's not going to leave the fight until either side stops moving. When contrasted with Artanis, the Protoss commander, who's kind of got the same kind of kit, but the way he works is that he's designed around jumping into a fight, swapping places with one person, and holding off the other four so his team can have an advantage. Just little things like that to show off a character's aggression versus self-sacrifice versus their various powers and abilities. It's really cleverly done to make sure that you're always feeling like the character should. And some of them don't really have kits that really fit them. Like you have Garrosh just tossing people like he's Zangief or something, but it still fits because he's a really brazen, obnoxious, this game is going to play the way I want it to, and it still fits. Some of them are sort of better than their original games. Like, you know the obnoxiousness of Mei in Overwatch, right? She just freezes you to death.
Yes.
And here's the Storm, she's a tank, which completely retextualizes the, okay, she's really obnoxious to play against, slowing people down. Like, it's still annoying to play against, but she's not trying to kill you anymore. She's trying to peel for her team. She's trying to protect people. Which fits her so much better. Plus, this game has, like, 5 Piranha Plant-like designs, because they keep having fun turning basic species or RTS units into fully fledged characters. Like, there's just there's just a little baby Murloc who's just an annoying little shit to both teams. But if you kill him, he's only worth 25% experience, so he just keeps coming back over and over and over again. He's just designed to draw attention. You'll have a Tauren Rockstar. You'll have those big lumbering undead abominations, but he's just really just a 4-year-old kind of mindset that just wants to play with his friends. And then you'll have the inverse with like the Night Elf Fairy Dragons, who's like really just a beautiful design, but is an absolute psychopath that just wants to eat people. There is a StarCraft probe that is literally just a Wall-E character. And it's the most adorable shit ever.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Right? I like the ability for crossovers to be able to expand.
Yeah, and it's something that you just don't see a lot from most crossovers. I think because they usually get caught up in too much red tape. Like, you can't go too crazy because Square Enix doesn't want Cloud to look too ridiculous. You can't have the cross-dressing thing. You gotta have complete creative control over that. We don't want players to get the wrong idea of who this character is. But no, this game has so much fun with. You know what? No, I know how to end this off. I want to tell a story.
Okay.
Once upon a time, there was a hyped-up announcement for some big changes coming to Heroes of the Storm. Like, we knew we were getting a cinematic, we knew Genji was coming to the game, there was a new map themed after Overwatch, and there was this teaser presented with just the door of the what's the name of the Japanese map in Hanamura, I think? Hanamura, it's Hanamura.
If I know.
Just that door with huge claw swipes crossing over the entire thing. Now, at this time, there was a character people really wanted in the game called Deathwing. I'm sure everybody's seen the Warcraft cinematic of the giant fire dragon. That one. Big
dragon.
Yeah. He was the, like, almost beat for beat, the Ridley is too big pick for that game.
Well, so, yeah. He's free Rayquaza.
Yeah, exactly. So when people saw that teaser and just, like, how much they were hyping it up, naturally started thinking, oh, shit, signs are pointing to Deathwing O'Clock. This is going to be crazy. Cinematic comes out. And it was Diablo that made those claw strikes, who was already in the game. And the actual character joining Genji was Diva from Overwatch, who, like, you might be surprised to hear, not Deathwing. Kind of not even close.
They start with the same letter. Why aren't people appreciative?
That's the funny thing. So, what do you think the developers did? Based off the backlash of that. Just open question.
They went to Pornhub and deleted all of the Deathwing porn. To go that Deathwing is not actually a popular character.
Good guess. Very good guess. But no. That is unfortunately not the route they took. Let me grab... I'm going to send you an image and show it to chat at the same time.
Okay, all right.
What they did was this.
Oh, I see.
This
That's
is
one way to make the character popular.
one of the greatest shit posts I have ever seen any developer do to their audience. Because no, they're not going to hop onto some articles to talk about how if they put Deathwing into the game, it wouldn't be Deathwing anymore. They made Diva a Deathwing skin. And it's the coolest shit ever. Like, just a full organic mech, and she's just a lava body. If she gets into the mech, there's actually this animation of her just dissolving into magma and just being this fire spirit inside.
Damn.
The greatest tragedy of loss of support for Heroes of the Storm is that we never got the punchline reversed with, like, a diva mech costume and voice filter for Deathwing when he finally got in the game. Because he is in the game now.
Right.
But reversing the joke would have been the best thing ever.
Now, this is funny. Was it received well?
It actually was. Like, people respected like, the humor of it.
This sounds like King K. Rool Me costume as an outsider looking in.
No. They put so much work into making this the best costume in the entire game.
Okay, all right.
And they have always said, like, yeah, we would like to put Deathwing in the game. We just need an idea. Like, it was talked about for years before, and that's why people still, like, pushed for it, because it was something they talked about. It's like, yeah, we just need to figure out how to do it.
Right.
But once they did this, like, oh my god, it was beautiful. Like, one of the Peasants Perspective streams I did recently is that we had, like, a 2-hour segment just suggesting what kind of cool costume Smash characters could have. And it drives me insane, like, how many... No disrespect, but how many vanilla options were being brought to the table when I know stuff like this can exist? You can do so much more with a crossover.
Well, yes, but we're starving right now. Like, Captain K. Rool is right there being like, buy me for $5. And Nintendo's like, nah.
Yeah, like, I hear you, I understand you, but at the same time, here, I'll give chat another one. Look at this. Look at this freaking Junkrat, man. Look at this. Look at this just beautiful absurdity.
That's a gross little man.
He's in it's a Junkrat mech. It's like Warcraft Goblin piloting a Junkrat mech.
Yeah, I know. You've given me a picture of an Australian. What's your point?
And he, like, actually animates it as if he's piloting it instead of just copying and pasting the animations. It's so good.
Yeah, that's how you survive in Australia. You get your mechs so that you can fight off the dingoes in their mechs.
Like, forget the dry Bowsers and the fierce deity Lynx. Like, I want to see Diddy Kong piloting a Donkey Kong mech. Give Mario, like, Monster Hunter inspired Bowser armor. Do that for all the villains, for that matter. You could go so much further. It would be glorious.
Yeah, there's a lot. You'd be so happy just being like, and here's the set of all of these characters being possessed by dark matter.
Exactly!
Here is Grima Bowser.
Oh, you could do so much more. Anyway, here's the storm. Perfect crossover. Please bring it back. Oh, you know what? Actually, might as well mention this because it's part of why I kept playing the game. Had it set in the news docket that between my video and this podcast, Here's the Storm actually got a massive patch that's kind of raising a few eyebrows.
Okay.
And like, it's probably just people moving from the Diablo 4 team and doing some passing maintenance before the next project. But there was, like, a ton of something else's. Not to mention that there was a weird change that's is turning my... The community of Heroes of the Storm is calling it Hopium versus Copium. People that believe this means something versus just trying to not be sad. But every character in the game had a difficulty rating alongside them. Like, to just communicate to players how hard they are to use.
Right.
And this patch reevaluated which hero is assigned to what. And that's a really weird change to make for a game where the only people playing it are the people that have been playing it for a long time. Like, am I wrong?
Yes.
That's weird.
No, that's odd. Like, everyone who's there knows these, and they're like, okay, cool. That's a weird effort to put paid money into.
Exactly. And they also made, like, limited skins available again, like limited time ones out of nowhere, which, by the way, there's, like, limited skins of, like, Rainer and, like, a couple of the other, like, Deckard Cain as, like, you know the green army men that have, like, the stands?
Yes. I've seen
just that. And you can get, like, on a green horse that doesn't animate properly. It's just a toy bouncing up and down forward as it moves forward.
Did you seriously just ask me, have you seen Toy Story in your life?
I know. It was a dumb question.
How fucking dare you?
I'll take the loss. It probably just means the game's getting ported to Steam or something, and this is a change to account for the influx of players. But, like, there seems to be momentum.
That's still good.
No, yeah, like, there's creators.
That's how
notice.
a game gets a second life. That's how Hades actually released.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Like, games have come back with much less. Like, that exact article you mentioned earlier with Phil Spencer, that was in relation to being asked about StarCraft 2, Heroes of the Storm, and Warcraft 3. Just being like, hey, Blizzard's got these really good games that people are still playing. You gonna revisit support for them? And he basically said, like, yeah, Blizzard is interested in maybe doing that, and just, like, I think a Heroes of the Storm revival is, like, more likely than it used to be, and I don't want to get my hopes up and be disappointed, but at the same time, I want to live in this moment for a bit.
I was so happy. You barely stopped yourself from saying, I want to be disappointed.
I would rather be hopeful and disappointed than live in this sad world where I don't get to play these characters anymore. They never even put Cairn Bloodhoof in the game. There's only one Tauren. There's 90 heroes and there's one Tauren. It's weird. They need to fix that. Anyway,
okay, I'll take your word for it.
I've rambled enough. But yeah, Heroes of the Storm, good game. And anybody out there that's, like, obsessed with the Smash Brothers roster shenanigans, go check it out. It's a nice break, and you'll be able to have that whole same, like, here's my reboot roster, here's my sequel roster.
Why do you keep trying to stab the children with mystery syringes?
Look, I don't like children very much, okay?
You're trying to go out and you're just like, you get an addiction. You get an addiction. Which one is it? Who knows? Do you want to feel even greater disappointment in a company than you've experienced with Nintendo? I know it doesn't seem possible to you, but trust me, we can get there.
I'm just trying to save them from League of Legends by pointing them at the better games. I'm doing a public service. This is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do, right? I'm a good person. We're fine. We're fine.
You're looking at the twitching body of a child and nodding to yourself as their lips barely escape the words Jaina Proudmoore going, I'm a good person.
Yes, main Deathwing, ignore your team and jump into the 5-man group. You can do it. I believe in you.
Next segment, Future Sight.
Future Sight!
And no, I didn't change the transitions. At this point, I don't care anymore.
That's fine. We actually talked about Psychonauts, so it makes sense now. All right, first off, oh boy, we are at award season time.
Oh, I'm so glad we're starting with this.
That great time. We got 2 hot little news articles for you. First of all, have any of you out there seen the Golden Joystick Awards?
I have watched the compilation that I am now putting on screen as well.
Yes, please enjoy.
This was the greatest, worst disaster I have ever seen.
Yeah, you can find this compilation at Dad Asuna's channel.
Indeed.
But if you just search up Golden Joysticks 2023 Troy Baker, you will probably find it.
You will find just heaps of content to consume and cringe and feel so much better about your life choices when you watch it.
Please understand. So the Golden Joysticks haven't been live since the pandemic. Long-standing institution of game awards that no one really took all that seriously. Okay, so first off, this was an almost entirely audience-voted award show. Mm-hmm. So almost all of it happened with polling, and as expected, Baldur's Gate 3 won almost every single award.
As deserved.
Yep. So please have the knowledge that everyone there who is excited to maybe get up and give a speech is just watching Larian Studios get their steps in.
I can't wait to watch the same thing happen with Geoff. Gonna be great.
All right. This is being hosted by Troy Baker, who you can tell has already had drinks this evening. In fact, everyone in this room has had drinks this evening.
I believe it was an open bar that was open for 4 hours before the award show started.
Troy is there with his wine in his hand, saying, I'm not going to give dad jokes. And then every single time the teleprompter gives him a joke, he looks at him. He looks at the man who wrote it. He's like, he wrote that, not me. He did that. Really? Really? And anyway, here's the award. You can see the man slowly starting to crack under the pressure of the night. And he tells the audience, because they're being very quiet, they're not being very good audience members, make some noise, get a little louder. So they all do. And start talking over the awards constantly. Meanwhile, the cameraman is fumbling to figure out where to go. They show a trailer for a brand new game, a brand new Car PG, which Troy reads out and goes, really? Really? And most of the trailer, for the entirety that the trailer goes on, is blocked by the podium. So you're unable to see what it is, and then everyone goes, "Woo, yeah!" It is the most delightful process. Troy Baker has a cute little bow tie, and slowly through the evening, you can see it trying to escape his neck for the entire bit of it. And eventually he goes and fixes it. He goes, thank you. How long was that falling off? 15 minutes. Perfect! Anyway.
I'm just skipping around and just watching it slowly just move more and more.
And then they get to the final award of the night, the game of the year. Actually, I did forget, because they had, obviously Japanese developers who couldn't be there for the rare time that someone other than Larian won an award. Mm-hmm. For most of them, the subtitling wasn't working because the videos were glitched to only show a 3-second loop. And then they would reset. So you have this infinite loop where the first words are subtitled, and then they just keep on going with untranslated dialogue, accepting their award.
That is phenomenal.
And then you see Troy Baker absolutely falling apart this whole evening. Everything has been basically a shit show, except for the gentleman who voices Astarion.
Oh, yeah.
Who gives an absolutely class acceptance speech that people talk over. You can physically hear Troy Baker going, shh, shh, in the background on his mic. It is quite loud. The mics are feeding back into each other, and Troy's going, well, what is that?
Oh, yeah, there are some hardware issues with those microphones just to top everything off.
Absolutely. And then before the final award, Troy goes up and goes, hey, guys, what table are you? Table 10? Okay, table 10. Table 9. You're 9? Table 9. Class act. You applaud when you're supposed to applaud. You do a good job. That is good noise. The rest of you, not so good noise. Let's compare again. Good noise, not so good noise. Good noise, not so good noise.
He lingers so long on that, and it's just the worst thing ever. But it's so good at the same time.
And then his bow tie starts falling off again. He goes, "Here are the nominees for Game of the Year." And then Baldur's Gate 3 wins.
Of course.
It was bad, and it was live streamed, and you can tell the parts where everyone is just fed up with it, and where Troy goes, "Oh yeah, you guys are getting your steps in," as people are leaving the room to beat the traffic. Please understand, this is probably the second most prestigious video game award show we have.
I cannot wait to see what goes wrong at the Game Awards following this. Kojima has the chance to do the funniest thing ever if he reaches out to that one Bill Clinton rabbi kid and actually brings him in as part of like his whatever announcement or acceptance speech or whatever for Death
Jeff's
Stranding
head
2.
would explode from the desire to protect Kojima
wait.
and the ability to respect his artistic vision. Anyway, speaking of the Game Awards, yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is probably going to sweep that.
Yeah, of course.
There is something interesting to know, and I'd like to ask you a question, and a question to everyone. What the fuck is an indie game?
I don't know, but you should talk to Geoff about it, because he doesn't seem to know either.
Well, I mean it very, very sincerely, because obviously, an independent game is something that is usually self-published or published outside of the major studio systems. Because, you know, back in the day, printing discs and printing carts were a major cost that not a lot of game dev studios could handle. That's why you had publishers like Acclaim that got so many games published and so much shit published. Mm-hmm. And why houses like Nintendo and whatnot are such household names, because, you know, they have the system to go through them and whatnot. So an indie game would be a self-published game. Mm-hmm. By that definition, Baldur's Gate 3 is an indie game.
Yep. And Dave the Diver is not.
Which is fascinating, because what do you measure it on? This comes from Dave the Diver being nominated as a major indie game for this. Mm-hmm. Which, you know, fair, it's got a pixel art style, and it was made by a team of 30 people. The asterisk being that it was given a budget of around $2 million, developed by a major corporation that has said publicly in a statement, "I don't think this qualifies as an indie game," and also had about 180 people in the special thanks section.
Yeah, it is inherently a label that doesn't really have a specific definition, but the whole, like, what I think the heart of the label is a labor of love by a few people that just wanted to make a good game. Like, I think most people would agree with that definition, right? Mm-hmm. Which just makes it hard to...
Which, of course, means that Dave the Diver is an indie game.
Yeah, exactly. It's just... I don't know. It's a mess.
This is mostly me saying that video game genres are absolute bullshit.
This is true.
Because if you go by vague definitions, Yooka-Laylee is an indie game. It's self-published, it's funded on Kickstarter. But Demon Turf is not. Because it was published by Playtonic, the studio that self-published Yooka-Laylee.
No? Yeah?
Cave Story is an indie game, except the 3DS version.
It's just wouldn't be. It's true. Cave Story is an indie game, but Cave Story, nah, doesn't count.
Psychonauts 2 is an indie game until it got funding from Xbox. Is Hi-Fi Rush an indie game?
Man, I don't know anymore. I remember there was one game that got absolutely snubbed, though. And, like, seeing that... I can't remember which one it was, but seeing that not there, but Dave the Diver being there...
I mean, I confidently say it's Pizza Tower, but...
Right, that was... Yeah, duh.
Yeah. Well, no, but I love those categories because you have Best Debuting Indie and then Best Indie Game. And 3 of the 5 that are on Best Indie Game are in Best Debuting Indie.
That doesn't...
So, guess which ones aren't winning?
Yeah, yeah. It's like seeing... I think it's the... Is it the RPG or action game segment that is just a copy of the Game Awards segment, but the Game Awards segment has 6 games instead of 5?
It's the same except Mario.
Yep.
This is just to say that video game genres are absolute bullshit. And always have been. Name one game that's properly genred.
I mean, Baldur's Gate's an RPG.
What the fuck is a role-playing game?
Technically anything where you play a role, so every game is an RPG.
Every game except Tetris is a role-playing game.
Yes. We have cracked the case.
Great. Awesome.
Also love how Final Fantasy is in the RPG section, but not the... Is it... Actually, I don't remember which one it is, but 16 is, like, weirdly placed based off what... It's like they placed it based off of the brand and not what the actual game is. It's weird.
An RPG is a game that has numbers.
Yes... at the same time, I'm sure there's some that don't.
Yeah, Zelda's not an RPG because it doesn't have numbers. Numbers don't fly off of the enemy when you hit them. So it's not an RPG.
I would love to see an award show that's based off of criteria like that. Best numbers.
That's what this is!
Games.
That's why Lies of P is an RPG, because it has the numbers. That's all it is. That's why Sifu is a fighting game, because you punch. Go, Mortal Kombat 1 wins best fighting game. I'm going to fucking... Anyway.
There's no way. Right? Right? Answer the question.
I'm sure Ed Boon will be there.
Oh, right.
Ed Boon will be there to accept it in person.
Yeah, and he'll show off like the Homelander trailer or something like that. Gotta get those views.
I hate award show season.
I find an ironic enjoyment in them.
Look, Game Awards, Golden Joystick. Good awards, not so good awards. Good awards, not so good awards.
Beautiful.
All right. Moving on. Did You Know Gaming is making its own card game, Do You Know Gaming, with fundraising until January 16th.
That's just neat.
I just think that's cool.
Yeah.
I do too.
I love it when creators get that big, when you can have, like, I think there was, like, a couple of months ago, there's, like, Scott the Waz Clue as well. Just seeing goofy things like that is fun.
Yeah, that's just really cool and neat. I want to say it.
Yeah.
Also cool and neat for your own perusal of various accoutrements in gaming is that if you are a big fan of the hot television show Bluey, that game is coming out soon, Bluey the video game, and yes, you can get a brand new Xbox in the shape of Bluey.
In the shape? Okay.
Well, the picture of Bluey is like a square, and it's got Bluey's face on it. Because Bluey's like a little square dude. I don't actually know Bluey's gender. I apologize.
People say it's way better than it has any right to be, but, like, man, I can't be. No, I don't care. Sorry.
Oh, how dare you? I've never seen it. Anyway. Just wanted everyone to know. But you know what isn't as big of a glow up as Bluey?
I mean, what could, honestly?
Well, of course, obviously. But, it's actually The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. Will be releasing on PS5.
This was a joke when I first heard the news. Just being like, oh yeah, haha, Naughty Dog, yeah, they totally do something. Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
Why?
We have truly reached the point of graphical fidelity where the only difference I can tell between the PS4 and PS5 version of The Last of Us Part 2 is lighting differences.
Well, I know they changed Ellie's face.
Yes, but I'm saying that the returns are diminishing to such a degree.
I wish I had a PS4 trailer version of the game running right now in the background footage. That would have been funny. But, like, nobody watching this can tell the difference.
This is a 3-year-old game that we are recycling.
But it includes new content.
By which I mean
outfits.
By which I mean it will be 3 years old next year. Right now it is 2 years old.
There's lost levels. I'm just reading there's guitar free play. And introducing No Return, a roguelike survival mode. Don't ask questions about the actual multiplayer Last of Us thing we talked about. We were busy making the remasters of the games we already made.
This just makes me sad. The ability to infinitely regurgitate content.
Working on? What other brands do they have that they could be making instead, though? There's just Last of Us.
They still haven't made Uncharted.
No.
Ellie
you're needs to be able to be played in a space outfit.
No, shut
it's
up.
Integral
they
to
need
the
to release
plot.
3 games in a series and then release a kart racer. That's how it works.
Well, yeah. After Last of Us Remastered 2, we'll get Last of Us Part 3, and then remasters of both the previous games and that one, and then we'll get Last of Us Kart Racer, which will be remastered twice as well.
But Last of Us Kart Racer might be good. I might play that one.
Yeah, don't you want to play as Bludgeoned Joel? Secret
I can't
unlockable
wait.
character?
Oh god, I can't wait for Joel to have a moral dilemma over which fuel he should use, as one will allow him to win the race, but the other ones will save humanity, and he chooses the one that lets him win the race. And then he gives Ellie the prize money. And she's like, what happened to that other fuel? He's like, don't worry about it.
It didn't
Don't
work.
worry.
Didn't work.
It'll be like, okay, here, good fuel, not so good fuel.
Oh god, please let that become a meme. There's just Ellie takes acid in Last of Us 3. And it's just Joel going, good decision? Not good decision. Good decision. Not so
And
good
he's like
decision.
he's like pointing at mushrooms and heroin. Good trip, not so good trip.
Oh god. I don't share the general derision for the franchise, but god damn it, is it like the most pretentious franchise out there at this point? Like, just stop.
No, BioShock exists.
BioShock hasn't been active for long enough. I think. Well,
It has more games than The Last of Us.
that's not true. Last of Us has 5 games. It's just that 4 of
BioShock
those...
has BioShock 2 remastered and BioShock remastered.
Yeah, but have you seen... Has the same game being remastered twice now? There's 5 games in the Last of Us series.
I don't know. I'd
There's
have to
2
look.
actual games.
Yeah, I'm saying BioShock has more. Or at least an equal amount. And more multiplayer modes. Which is weird.
It's fine. It's fine. Give it another 3 years, and they'll release another bit of concept art. Gotta keep it in the public limelight. We gotta have the live action season 2 stuff.
They just make a manga adaptation of Omori will be releasing in the Seinen magazine monthly afternoon.
That's just neat.
That is just neat. I like stories like this that allow creations like this to hit a broader spectrum and fulfill things. Yeah. So that's just nice. A reminder, if you did not play Omori, it is a good game. That's a good one.
Good music. I haven't played it yet, but I know the music, and it is a good.
But anyway, enough about that, because the Sonic Frontiers devs have a really important question.
I have no idea what the context of this is, and I cannot wait.
They've been reflecting on themselves, and they've seen Sonic's Frontiers sales, and they're great, but they could be greater. So they want to know, they're actively asking, what do Armored Core 6 and Tears of the Kingdom have that Sonic doesn't? What do those games have that Sonic don't?
Is this like an actual survey they released? Was this an interview?
This is an interview quote. Let me get the words for you.
And was it actually asking for, like, okay, what are we missing here? Or is like, what do they have that we don't? Come on, guys.
What does Link have that Sonic doesn't?
It's an open world. There's robots. It's the same thing, essentially.
Let's see. Kishimoto questioned what it is that stops people from picking it up. Quote, what is lacking? What fails to resonate with them? The director goes on to say, what did we miss when thinking of ways to appeal to players? If there's something that The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, or Armored Core 6 have that Sonic Frontiers doesn't have, we want to know.
Gosh, if only there were people in this world that, like, their job was to know, like, games on. They can maybe even make games and study this sort of stuff. Has Sega considered hiring any of those to work on Sonic?
No, well, just like, what if we completely reconstructed Sonic? What if we just did that? Like, we just changed his gameplay style, changed the whole thing. We have something going here, but what if we just completely replaced it for the next title? That would be new and innovative for Sonic.
Yeah, gosh, like, what? Maybe we could, like, maybe give him a sword, maybe? Zelda has swords. Sonic could have a sword, right?
What if we made it more like Mario Galaxy, but bad?
I think we can go worse. What if we try to tie it in with a simultaneous 3DS game and a Netflix show at the same time?
That's a solid plan, solid idea. What if we made a game that was called Sonic the Hedgehog 4 on a budget?
Sounds like too much money. Can it be made in half the development time?
I mean, a very small budget.
Third of the development time it needs. Sold.
I don't even know if you're realizing that I'm talking about a real game.
No, I know. All of these have been real games.
I couldn't tell.
That's
earnestly
the joke.
could not tell.
That's the skit.
You should make the skit more clear. I make a funny voice.
I'm sorry. We'll put some Sonic exposition into it next time, so that everybody can understand what the story is trying to go for.
That sounds good. Oh my god. I am terrified of Sonic the Hedgehog. That's all I got.
Yeah, at least they released Superstars 3 days before Mario.
I should try that game. I think it might be good.
It might be, but, like, will you?
Maybe at some point.
A Steam sale 5 years down the line.
Yeah, that's how it's feeling. Because I looked at Frontiers on sale, and I went, not yet. It can go lower. After over a year, Dragonball FighterZ will finally get rollback netcode.
It was so funny seeing Lythero release that one video that was supposed to be a joke, being like, yeah, we were gonna release this when they had netcode, but, like, we're just gonna release it now because that's never happening. And then they like immediately announce they're doing it.
Superstars is buggy. Superstars is a Sonic game. Of course it's buggy. Every Sonic game is buggy. You're not going to like Superstars? Good friend Josh tells me that I might, because he really likes it. Shut up. Anyway, Dragon Ball FighterZ, Lythero, yes.
Yes, it has the thing that they said they'd do like a year and a half ago.
I have seen the rollback looks awkward. Because I've seen it hit a player, and then the KO graphic will appear early, and then the player just continues doing their combo and bodies you.
It's just letting you know, like, just give up, man. You're already dead.
No, as in the player that was supposed to have died gets the run back.
Oh, so there's like some meta shit of just like, okay, can you beat the game? Can you prove it wrong?
So it seems
Reach
like
your next
there is
power
rollback,
level.
but I am happy that we are at the point of you don't need to know what rollback is to understand what rollback is anymore.
That's good, yeah.
We have reached the point of it's not a matter of does this game have rollback, but a matter of if this game does not have rollback, a consumer will go, why doesn't it play good like the Street Fighter?
It's because they missed a few lines of code here and there. They need to add one more Goku to the game to fill out the missing bits.
But what are the only fighting games without rollback right now? Smash, Virtua Fighter, and maybe Tekken? Like, I think we finally hit complete rollback saturation here.
Hopefully. We'll see.
Yeah. But hopefully we're good. But you know what is also a fighting game series that might have a little bit of struggles, might have a little bit of budgetary issues?
Most of them, honestly. But what are we talking about specifically?
Yeah, but I'm specifically referring to the Naruto games. Because these games are very dedicated simulators for the anime, being able to relive anime moments and replay battles from the anime in a big, nice arena format with great interactive cutscenes that honestly service the games and service the anime very nicely.
I just opened up gameplay, and the first thing I'm looking at is a character creation screen, but the character isn't quite centered where you'd expect the character to be on a character select screen. It's just kind of weirdly off to the left and clipping into the just various choice options. So I get the sense that this is a good game, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, it does what it needs to. Mm-hmm. Now, the current issue with this game is that some players notice something just a little bit wonky. Because, you know, the overall struggle between Naruto and Sasuke is going on and whatnot, and Naruto has to break through to his friend. So there's a nice little moment where Naruto punches him on the head, and he asks him, you know, if he is freed. Did that help him at all? Does he remember? And the issue is the line delivery flashes back to a younger Naruto during that. To parallel the story. And the line delivery goes something like this. Sasuke, did that wake you up?
Okay.
And a lot of people are like, why would they say the line like that? To which Naruto's voice actor responded saying that she never recorded a line like that. She would never be directed to do it in that way. And after people asked for more comment, hours later, she said, look, guys, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's just let the whole thing blow over. To which people then poked around the rest of the game and noticed similar lines from other characters who went, and other voice actors going, I was directed like that. Or they used that take? So we are at the point where either this has some of the worst vocal direction I have ever heard,
and the voice actors can't remember voicing
exactly, and the voice actors have lost their memory for these lines specifically, or these voices were generated by an algorithm.
And not even, like, checked to see if they were fine.
Oh, please, absolutely. Have you seen Silent Hill Ascension Down the Road? Which is so clearly made by a robot that it's not even funny.
Oh, it's the first, and what's going to be a line for a bit. Get your popcorn bowls out. This is.
Do you not remember the Silent Hill Berry Man going up and saying in your interactive fiction, "I love gathering berries. I make the delicious jams."
Is that a secret?
And then leaving to gather the berries?
Is that a secret unlockable, like, extra character in that one Psychonaut? Did I cut Psychonauts character there?
Dude, I'm sad.
It's okay.
Art
it's
fucking sucks right now.
It's thankfully happening at a point where it's so absolute garbage that there's gonna be pushback. I actually have hope that this is, like, the best case scenario.
Oh yes, I've seen, like, those artists where it's just like a JPEG of a woman, but the mouth is articulated by AI, and it's going, "Hey, I'm blah blah blah, an artist completely made by AI. Here is my song. I hope you like it." And they sing a song, and everyone's reaction is, "This fucking sucks." Like, it's not that it's morally wrong, it's just bad.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I hope this goes away. 'Cause fuck. Like, this is really damning and damaging to just the voiceover industry in general. And that just, I hate that.
Agreed.
But you know what I don't hate?
Not much these days, but this one in particular is quite cool.
This is cool. This is Among Us, and I don't hate Among Us. Among Us is a good game.
Yeah, neat game, fun game.
Yeah, it was a great, fun plot point in Glass Onion.
Right.
But in any case, Among Us is releasing a massive indie cosmetic pack, including games like A Hat in Time, Celeste, Behemoth, Crypt of the Necrodancer, Untitled Goose Game, and Undertale.
Which just, yeah, that's really cool.
Is super neat. It looks really cute. I like it. I think the Among Us guys are good until proven otherwise.
Agreed.
Now, do any of these not qualify as indie games anymore?
Good question, actually.
Is Among Us still an indie game?
I mean, there's only like 5 people working on it, so I'd say yes.
Yeah, but it's successful.
I don't know. Is Undertale still an indie game using that logic?
No, because it has Tokyo Mew Mew or Mad Mew Mew, and she has Switch specific controls, so they sold out to Nintendo. Bad game.
Okay.
Yeah, Sans is in Smash Brothers, so it can't be indie anymore.
True. Untitled Goose Game crossed over with the Muppets during the Game Awards. Does that counterbalance?
Oh, the Muppets are indie as hell.
Okay. Pretty good. Muppets are clearly indie. Yeah, Disney, small niche indie company.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Oh, because they're using the Muppets so much right now.
Oh, yeah. Drowning in Muppet content.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's just sick. Love it.
Yeah, I just like that. That is good. It's good to have many titles as accessible as possible, such as the Grand Theft Auto Legacy Collection. Yes, all 3 of the PS2 Grand Theft Auto games released in that format that everyone hated and derided as the big shit show will be available to you in the most convenient way to play it. That's right, they will be available through Netflix.
What? Wait, what?
Yes.
As
yeah,
in, like the actual...
You can play Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and Grand Theft Auto San Andreas through your Netflix app.
So, what?
You can sit down and curl on your be there with your TV remote and nicely just sit down and let Tommy Vercetti ruin Miami.
Why, though?
Netflix does have a bunch of other games, Hades chief among them. They're playable through their service. But this is probably the biggest big ticket one. But you look at it and you go, huh?
How? Why? I have so many questions. Okay. Weird. Sure. Why not?
You don't ask any of the questions. You just wait. I have so many questions anyway.
Just sure. Right. Gotta just something to.
Yep.
Put a run up for the trailer coming out soon for 6.
And then one neat thing that happened just yesterday, Fumihide Aoki is the creator of Waluigi as a character. And yesterday he released concept art and a model for the character of WaPeach.
Oh, right. Yeah. Hold on.
So that character has been revealed to the world. This was an original concept, and I believe all of these assets were taken from their attempts on Mario Power Tennis. Mm-hmm. So this was after the initial pitch and actually creating a model for it that they were planning to slot into that game. This is the most Sega-looking character Nintendo has ever made.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Like, for what I envisioned for a WaPeach, this is not it. This is not even close.
I kind of love her, though.
What if Knights and the actual kid did, like, a fusion dance, is what the vibe I'm getting here.
Yeah, I really like it. I see it as just, like, this shit-eating gremlin.
I saw someone suggest that this is, like, Wario's adopted daughter, and I love that take on his character design.
I believe that they asked a couple of follow-up questions for it, and I think that the concept for it was that this character is a regent who has been deposed elsewhere in the Mushroom World. So this is a failed princess. I think she looks cool.
No, yeah, she's adorable.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there was the... I was watching the Good Vibes Gaming announcement of it. There was also the Yoshi variant as well, to be in combination.
We have Boshi at home.
No, yeah, I know.
Why would they do that? Boshi's just a dude. Square can't own Boshi. He's a Yoshi. Yoshis are Yoshis.
But I do think it's neat to see, like, this little... I love seeing cut content like this. It's just neat.
I love seeing cut content that you can tell the character intent behind, and you can feel the spirit of it. Mm-hmm. She does it really well.
Indeed.
All right, and that's the wrap-up for the news, unless you got anything.
Nope, nothing.
Yep. Because my other thing was Snake and Peter Griffin, and, like, we got that.
Yep,
nailed it. Yeah. Games coming out this month. I think the only one that interested me was Dragon Quest Monsters coming out.
I am scrolling through, and nothing is catching. Yeah, no, it's this is awards season. People don't release things around this time.
Yep. So we're all settled,
except for Ubisoft with their Avatar game, apparently, because that's a thing that exists.
Which avatar?
The blue people.
Oh, okay. I don't
The
care.
open world game.
Okay.
Number 72 from Ubisoft.
Great. Cool.
What you working on?
Well, just a week ago released that Waluigi video.
I said this before, but I can't fucking believe you got Matthew Tarantino.
You
Mr.
keep calling him
Brawl
Matthew
in the-
Tarantino. It's very funny.
Toronto, fucking. No, he's a Tarantino in my heart.
Such a nice gentleman. Corresponding with him was absolutely painless and was a pleasure to go through that process. Doing a song cover was some of the most fun I've had working on video in a long while.
Yeah,
Just that video was an absolute joy to turn around, and please share it. I'm so happy with it.
Well, Waluigi deserves more success. Let him have it.
Yeah. Other than that, I have to see on certain projects if they will even come out. I can't guarantee anyone anything right now, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of spinning plates, but I have hit roadblocks in every single one of them. So you might see more videos from me this year. You might see a big finale video, or I might have to hold on to it for a couple months, and you'll see me in January with some stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay, understandable. It's just the time of year. People are busy.
Yeah. I do admittedly think that through singing, I've discovered I have a better Doofenshmirtz than I do a Waluigi, but...
Oh, find a Phineas and Ferb game, just so you can just lean into that as hard as possible.
Oh, I can't take that away from him. He'll do it at a tip of a hat.
True.
But I can do it in like 25 years.
True. Very nice. In terms of my end, honestly, if I work on anything, it's going to be helping you on that one video. I think this last month I've maybe edited like 3 minutes of anything. It's school. School's coming up. I have almost caught up on remembering math, but like there's a lot, and I am dealing with that instead. So
Kept pronouncing it?
we will see.
Yes, I kept pronouncing his name Toronto. That's my Californian accent. Ta and ta are the same. It's the same syllable.
Yeah, that's just they're the same picture meme right there.
Mm-hmm. I can't say it any different. I need new lips.
But don't you understand? If you don't have the A, people can't understand what you're talking about. Pronunciation is vitally important to a functioning society.
Absolutely not, because when I overpronunciate words, people are like, you sound like an autist who has learned how to speak for the first time. Actual quote. And I go, you're not far off.
But yeah, probably not much coming from me. I am like maybe setting up a string game thing with Tarvold that might result in something. That could be fun.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know about this.
There's a mod for that turns the Starcraft campaign into a 3-player one.
Oh.
Just trying to find a third person.
Oh, my
That might be
boyfriends are
fun.
dating. Interesting.
I've moved on.
No, you haven't.
Yes,
you
you're true.
need me.
I'm stuck here.
Yeah.
I was once the bigger channel. Now look at me now. You're like 3 times the size.
Shriveling, wasting away.
I'm
What have
getting a physics degree. Fuck off.
I mean that in the nicest way possible, honey.
Anyway, let's go to the bonus stage.
Yeah, let's go.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Okay, what you got? I think I've started the last several.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. there's going to be a limit to how much I can talk about this, depending on how much you know and how much spoilers you're willing to do. How much do you know about Scott Pilgrim?
Fuck.
Was that also yours?
That was also mine. Scott Pilgrim is probably one of my favorite movies of all time.
Let's go. Let's talk about
Yeah!
it. Let's do
Scott
it.
Pilgrim. Okay, I've never read the books. I can't believe I've never gotten around to that, but the movie is one of my favorite movies.
Okay. Awesome. Great.
So no spoilers required, but I guess spoiler warning for the chat. We will be talking about Scott Pilgrim Takes Off.
Yes,
And Scott
this will
Pilgrim
be
as
it. Before we start doing anything with that, what are your general thoughts on Scott Pilgrim Takes Off? No spoilers.
Takes Off. General thoughts. I think
I'm basically asking for a vibe check here and nothing else.
Okay. Weird audio problems. Bit disconcerting in that way. Wonderful follow-up to the themes of the first movie.
Yeah.
That's my general vibe.
I like it more than the first movie.
Really? Interesting. Okay.
I do think that the first movie is absolutely necessary watching, but I prefer it to the original. Okay, cool. Everyone who has not seen Scott Pilgrim Takes Off or cares about spoilers for the Scott Pilgrim franchise, please leave.
Indeed.
Please come back in a little bit, but please leave.
Okay. I can actually talk a little bit about just why I love the movie, just to give
yeah. Go for it.
So, like, that movie came out when I was in high school, right? Absolutely fell in love with it. Probably for the wrong reasons, like, at first. It's a very good power fantasy for, like, just loser teenage nerds, you know? You get to beat all the bullies in epic fights, everyone thinks you're the coolest, you get to win the heart of just the hottest girl. Teenage Duke saw that hair, the skating, and pulling out an oversized warhammer. It's like, oh, okay, this is my type. This is, okay, good to know. I'm glad I could have this sorted out. But more importantly, like, just a gem of a movie. Came out ahead of its time. Visual effects second to none. I don't think until Spider-Verse there's been a better comic movie. Just the way that it showcases various information.
The visual effects are brilliant because they're filmed in a way that they don't age at all.
Yes.
Yeah, my experience with Scott Pilgrim is seeing the movie, and I saw it with my sister when it released in an empty theater besides us.
Nice.
And it was great.
Oh, it's such a good... The casting director for that movie must have been clairvoyant or something. Mm-hmm. Wow.
Damn. They really saw that Michael Cera would just be that person for the next 13 years. And we're like, got it. Nailed it.
Going back and just seeing Chris Evans, knowing the context of Chris Evans' future.
Oh, it's uncanny.
It's glorious. Brie Larson singing and realizing that's the same person that plays Captain Marvel. It's fucking night and day.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's one of the funniest movies ever. Like, that one joke of just, is Scott here? You know what? He just left and Scott's just flying through the window in the background. Just, comedic timing is...
Wallace Wells.
10 out of 10 character. But yeah, I think just kind of piggyback on what I just said. The reason that this movie captures my heart so much nowadays is because as I've gotten older, my appreciation for what the story of the movie has evolved.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, younger you, it's like, oh yeah, loser fantasy. Nerd
I love video games.
Yeah. As I got older, you quickly realize that both Scott and Ramona are just kind of terrible people.
Yeah.
Like, Ramona was terrible to every single one of her exes. Scott's dating a high schooler. And yet, they're perfect for each other. And just in our modern world, with this skewed, hyper-fixated, romanticized view of relationships, it is a wonderful, hilarious breath of fresh air to see a movie whose theme essentially boils down to, even if you're a shitty person, you can still find love. And I like that. That's nice.
I like that because, like, even if you're a shitty person, you can become a little bit better of a person.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
And you won't,
I would argue
you won't
that's
stop being entirely shitty, but you can, like, make yourself less.
I would honestly argue that that's what the this sequel series kind of jumps that theme into, because it like tackles that theme. It's like, you know what, you can be better.
It's
You can
very,
choose better.
very clear that's what it is. Brian Lee O'Malley has stated that, like, he has heard the feedback of Scott is the villain of his own story so often.
Yeah, he's going to be an 8th Evil X.
You can very, very clearly see, yeah, that's taken an effect on him. I also do love how Takes Off was ended up coming together with at least the original voice cast, because it happened because Michael Cera still had their email chain and was like, hey guys, look, here's a funny meme.
Really?
And then Chris Evans responded, Michael, what the fuck? It's been 10 years. And then they just all got chatting again.
There is no more Scott Pilgrim way for that Scott Pilgrim to come back than that. That is amazing. I love how Takes Off was marketed, because you have no idea it is what it is until you hit the end of the first episode.
Well, all right. To rip off the Band-Aid for everyone, I'm going to count to 5, and then I'm going to just say it very blatantly.
Mm-hmm.
1. Okay, so yeah, it is very much a rebuild, redux sequel series wherein it is retelling the same story, and then at the end of episode 1, Scott Pilgrim fucking dies.
Yep. It's beat for beat for the first episode. The fight starts between Matthew Patel. Matthew Patel punches him so hard he dies, and the second episode opens with his funeral.
And he turns into coins, and his corpse is the coins.
Exactly. And then Envy shows up to perform at his funeral. And
oh, yes.
God.
Brilliant.
Just tonal whiplash. I was enthralled through the rest of the show. I do have to say, like, one really big unfortunate critique I have to give the show is that there is a really weird audio balancing issue.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like, some characters are too quiet. They have that you can tell this is, like, recorded in very different situations. It never ruins, like, the heart of the show for me, but it is, like, very disconcerting and distracting.
You can tell which one of them is the voice actor with the good rig at home.
Yeah. Like, every time young Neil is talking, it's just like, what? Speak up.
Well, no, I think that's perfect for young Neil.
No, it works in a really meta narrative kind of way, but it's still weird.
It's so fascinating. This series very directly takes the comic art style, which is very manga inspired, very illustrative, very exaggerated in its style, and yet it has the same delivery as the movie, which is very oddly counterculture, which is very quiet, which is very mumbling and awkward. And it creates this really weird disconnect that I know a lot of people do not jive with whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like if you took One Piece and had Michael Cera as Luffy. You'd be like, I'm hungry. I'm going to use my gum. Here I go. I'm a stretchy man. Is that okay? But kept the animation exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
It's that weird kind of disconnect. It works for me.
Yeah, same. I do enjoy it a little bit more in the live action format, because I just think it's funnier watching Chris Evans and Michael Cera and all of them just sell with a straight face just the absurdity of everything that's going on. Animation doing animation things is just kind of more what I expect, but it's still just such a unique, hilarious, fascinating spin on this kind of art style.
Mm-hmm. And I do like it as a continuation of the story, because we've seen bait and switches before in media. We've seen it with Evangelion. We've seen it with FF7. We've seen it with, famously, Metal Gear Solid 2, mm-hmm. which has been the big reaction for people who are like, well, Metal Gear Solid 2 did it, and that's a beloved game. And everyone's like, people fucking hated Metal Gear Solid 2 when it came out, except for all of the reviews. And that's because it was a commentary on the nature of sequels and reduxes and remakes. Like, it's directly commenting on it. It is the least transitive thing in the world. So it's a matter of, does this do it well? Does it work? And it's hard to say because the marketing for this was very skewed, wherein Brian Lee O'Malley was very clear, no, this is its own thing. And Netflix was very, this is Scott Pilgrim versus the world, but animated.
Mm-hmm. That had me worried for a bit there. Just the disconnect there. I wasn't sure they'd be able to pull off Scott Pilgrim. But, like, they kind of fucking nailed it, man.
I really, really enjoyed this production overall. It's messy and awkward, but it fits its theming so well. Chris Evans is given one note to play the entire time, and he's having the time of his life delivering every line in the exact same way. The animation in this is fan-fucking-tastic. Like, it's all right.
Panning shots of just, the battle against all the paparazzi.
Yes, I was going to say that skateboarding sequence, utterly incredible. Like, that is getting to trigger levels of understanding the environment around you and using the cinematography in a way.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That is a freaking Jet Set Radio fight.
Indeed. I love that. How it's very hard for properties to hit that sweet spot of, like, we still get what the original was going for, and we still want to respect that while also doing our own thing. I think this perfectly nails right in the middle what it should be doing. Because there's so many fun references. The fact that you see Edgar Wright make a cameo as Edgar Wrong. As
yes.
Which, by the way, having a huge plot point of the movie being that young Neil wrote the script for Scott Pilgrim versus the World, the actual movie, and the characters are acting out themselves, but some of the exes are playing as Scots. And just, goddamn. Ramona is the stunt double for herself, who is played by Envy.
It's so well done. It's so well paced. Some of the jokes and referential humor are great. The Into the Woods bit that Matthew Patel did, where he is singing Agony, but he is both of the princes singing the song, debating with himself. I was dying.
It's rare for me to have to pause a show just to catch my breath, laughing at just the silly, goofy shit they're doing. Because there's some silly, goofy shit in the show.
Oh, the sequence where Gordon and Chris Evans become friends?
Yes! You have something for me that I want even more. Friendship!
Oh my god. I appreciate the message that it's going for, and I think it's more complete than the original Scott Pilgrim's. I feel like the ability to recognize that you still can become an awful person and just need basic communication to open up with others is really something just lovely to me.
I don't think this message can exist without the first one. I see it more
as
like
I agree.
A layup.
I agree, but I enjoy this message more.
Yeah,
I think that it is a necessary addendum to the original.
I don't know if I'd call it necessary, but I think it turns it from more of just a more haha meta kind of parody of what romantic stories are into more of a heartfelt, like, no, yeah, you actually can be better. Like, there's an actual message here more than kind of an ironic one, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
No, I agree, but I feel like the idea of things requiring work and effort and the thought of connecting with a person as opposed to the ideal of a person, that you need to use yourself in order to connect to others instead of just being self-aware.
Yeah.
Is incredibly important, and it creates a world with less Scots.
I agree. No, yeah, I'm with you there. I'm with you there.
But yeah, this just appeals specifically to me and my sensibilities more than the film did. And the film already appealed to my sensibilities a lot.
Yeah, I'm right. But it's such a special gem for something to be made so many years after the original and still just hit right on the money for where it needs to. That just how much they do with just kind of parodying more modern trends of like time travel and like multiverses kind of shenanigans is so fun.
Yeah. And they get to flesh out all the characters, so it's fun, and they get to use their celebrity cast. I care about knives as more than a plot device.
Guys, what they did, I loved how they kind of extrapolate this message of like, yeah, even terrible people can be better. You can still change, and show that for a lot of the exes, they have the option and they just don't.
Yeah,
like Chris Evans' character is still an asshole, but he's so lovable in how he is one, and he actually finds a little niche for himself. I appreciate that it's not presenting that message of like, okay, here's this character, now they're better now they're a completely different character. No, they're all still the same. They're either just recognizing their flaws and trying to do better, or finding better outlets for their flaws. Just kind of coexist with people and not hurt people. And just, I love that.
Yes.
It's so smart.
Oh my god. The Lucas Lee line where he's like, yeah, they fired me from the set. It seems I've been let go. It's like if a television show ends, but before its natural conclusion. I wish they had a word for that. That was a sorry moment.
Everything with Wallace is the best thing ever. I love how much more they let his character do.
Yes. And he didn't need to. He's still perfect as is. But gosh, would you like to...
Having heterosexual Wallace be played in Wallace at first, in the movie version of himself, and having real Wallace just kick the door and be like, no, I want to play myself. Why be me when I could be paid to be me?
There is exactly one reference that didn't land for me, and that is Scott referencing Detective Pikachu. And I'm like... You can't make that reference. You're from 2002. Detective Pikachu doesn't exist. You're wrong, right. Scott. But yeah, it is fun seeing something that has an average of 3 out of 5. But 3 is the least represented number on that graph. People are so mad or so in love. It's great.
Yeah. It's kind of exactly what it's trying to do with the whole Metal Gear Solid 2 counterculture thing. And people are having the exact same reaction. And
I do feel for people who are like, I expected this thing, I got not this thing.
That's fair, yeah.
There was no way I was going to enjoy other than the thing that I was excited for. But at the same time, I'm like, the original movie is right there and you can watch it.
Yeah, and it's still wonderful and amazing. Like, I don't think this steps on any of the original movie's toes at all. If anything, it gives the original movie a happier, more hopeful ending.
Yeah, you should be...
The original ends with Scott meeting his negative self and realizing, oh yeah, he's a really chill dude. That's the good one.
Yeah. It's just a point of like, don't hate something because it's different. Hate it because it's bad. If you think this is bad, that's fine. There are aspects of this that probably are weird.
There are bad aspects. I do think the bad aspects kind of give it its own weird charm, but like,
yeah, it feels more indie.
Yeah, no, yeah, totally.
Yeah. It is the most indie game version of something that has Chris Evans.
Just all of the just contextual, just like respecting the creative vision of young Neil and how he envisioned the artistic integrity of the Scott Pilgrim story. Going from movie to stage play. Just, oh my god.
But yeah, this was a delight. This is something that I could actually watch again. and that's rare for me.
Indeed.
So
Yeah.
that's good. It's good. I'm glad that they made a full story before Netflix could cancel it.
Yeah, indeed. Like, they can still do stuff. Like, there's that little stinger at the end with... what's her name? Julie, I think?
Yeah.
Bleep mouth.
Yes.
But, like, it doesn't need it. Like, I would happily take more, but this feels like a perfect 1-2 punch closure on Scott and Ramona's story.
Yeah.
Although, just make sure that if anybody ignored the story spoilers, you need to watch the movie first for this to land. It doesn't work any other way. It really doesn't work.
It kind of can, but you have to understand it as its own weird thing, as opposed to it is meant to be a companion piece.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, it's interesting and works out really weirdly, and, like, the story is coherent without it, but it is clearly servicing you in a way for it. If you do not, if you don't watch the movie, I would recommend watching it subtitled in a different language, because other than the voice direction will not land at all.
But yeah, Scott, it's got a special place in my heart, and I would highly recommend it to any and all that might even be a little bit interested.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, they said that season 2 was unlikely. No, they said that they made it one season exactly because they were scared of Netflix canceling it. So they're just like, we're doing it in one.
I think they also said that they don't have any ideas for 2 yet. Like, they got everything out that they wanted to get out.
Yeah.
So, but, like, wait for 5 more years for Michael Cera to visit the same email chain.
That'll be great. Yeah, hey guys, you still in Marvel? Anyway.
I had that Lex Luthor thing going for me for a while, and it just didn't work out. You guys got any roles for me? Oh, your guys' stuff is shit too? Well...
That was Sarah? I thought that was Eisenberg.
Was it? I'm pretty sure... Hang on. No, this is important, because I'm pretty sure that's what made it so absolutely hilarious. Wasn't he?
Are you mixing up the 2 actors from The Social Network?
I might be. That's good. No, it is Michael Cera as Lex Luthor.
Oh, okay.
No, that's just it.
Is this an anime? It is as anime as Avatar: The Last Airbender.
So yes, with an asterisk. Like, you can have an argument about it, but, like, you're getting roughly the same kind of stuff.
You're working with a made-up anglicized word that means cartoon literally, that you are using to feel better and to try to make shorthand. It is as useful to describe any sort of animation as it is to describe a game as an RPG.
Well, no, yeah, it's just the indie games of cartoons. Japan, famously indie country.
Shall we move on?
Yes,
I
let's
think
do
I'm
it.
good.
Comments! Alright, I'm so happy we finally had a shared one. I was waiting for it to happen.
Yeah.
That was fun. Okay. Let's grab and remember to put the music on while I'm doing it. From Camp the MVP. I know you asked for non-video game questions, but please indulge me on a video game question. I'm curious on this one. I know that at least Duke isn't a fan of modern FPS battle royales, excluding stuff like Titanfall 2, but what do you guys believe is your disconnect from newer stuff like Call of Duty, Fortnite, and Apex Legends compared to more revered games like Halo and Team Fortress 2? So what kills you from those really popular games?
That I'm not good at them, and that I can't just go in my little hidey hole and play them a ton. Like, it took me a long time to warm up to TF2 because I have natural anxiety of not performing well in a team scenario. If something has a single player component to it, then I will do much better. I was much better suited to games where I could do it in a small friend group, like Left 4 Dead, for instance, working that way. I am much more likely to glue to an FPS with a robust single player mode like Halo, like Titanfall 2. Rather than something that is mainly focused on its multiplayer, like Call of Duty, like Titanfall 1, like Apex, etc., etc. Team Fortress 2 being just a weird exception where I was depressed and in high school.
Yeah, I'm sharing a lot of the same beats. I also, like, similarly, it's hard to get into an FPS when you just can't aim very well. Like, other contemporaries, like take Overwatch, for example. I don't need to aim with Lucio, I just need to position well, and it's a completely different skill set.
Right.
More traditional stuff like Call of Duty, you kind of have to be good at what Call of Duty wants you to be good at, otherwise you just get destroyed by people that have been playing these games for years and years and years. Which is another thing, when you get into these really popular games, it doesn't feel good to get stomped. That kind of ruins it for me, for getting past that barrier of entry to get into any of these kind of games.
Yeah, the issue with me doesn't lie in the quality of the game itself. It lies in the fact that I don't have the skill set and I don't have the desire to gain that skill set. And also lies in the fact that I just am not a big fan of first-person shooters in general. Like, as much as I have reverence for games like Half-Life and the like, I don't actually like playing Half-Life games. I think that there are a lot of gimmicks that were clever for their time that were mind-blowing and feel good in the moment, but I just don't gel with them in the correct way that I should at this point.
Okay. Just
so
out of
there
curiosity, does that extend to Portal, or is Portal separate from that?
No, Portal is just a weird tutorial that goes on forever, and it's great.
Yeah. Okay,
Like,
cool.
it's a weird physics puzzle game. It's different from what Half-Life is doing, while still being the same. It's an experiment, but it labels itself properly as an experiment rather than trying to be a video game on top of it.
Okay.
In fact, I like Portal 2 less because it's less of that.
Really?
And it's
Okay. Interesting.
Well, that and just the tonality things with it. I really think that the original Cave Johnson is fantastic. I love him, but Portal 1 is such a clean experience.
I can respect that take. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. But yeah, it's less that I'm trying to think of like a modern example that isn't an FPS. Because I mean, I will freely admit that I have a little hipster heart in the back of my soul.
Oh, yeah, there's a little bit of that for me too. I'll admit.
I will be a freaking counterculture goblin to some extent, when I want to look at the more obscure thing. This probably comes from the fact that I didn't like Ocarina of Time as a child.
I can't say like I have a modern example of where like I usually prefer other platformers to Mario. Like that, there is just kind of something like, okay, that's what everybody talks about, but I want to see what Rayman's doing over here. I got this little taste of Crash 4, and ooh, that tastes good. I want to see more of that.
But I like Mario a lot. Yeah, Mario's a good example. I really like Mario. I like what he's doing. I like the general feel of Mario. I feel like it's easier to find complaints in things that are bigger because everything is so magnified, whereas with a smaller project, you really start digging into the nitty-gritty. And just like that individual feeling of what it's doing well just sort of washes over you and like, oh, that's nice. Whereas if I put Mario in front of you, that's nice needs to be expected by default. Otherwise, he's not living up to his end of the bargain, is he?
Yeah. And I also do think that there is a kind of a... I don't know if it's a placebo kind of deal, but when you see these kind of games that are just constantly worked on by hundreds and hundreds of people that are churned out, constantly churning out, it kind of feels a little bit... What's the word I'm looking for? Kind of what was making on a factory line. I feel like you can not that the passion doesn't exist in games like Fortnite or Apex Legends or Call of Duty, but it's a lot easier to see where it's been focused on for smaller projects.
Right.
Like, I might compare League of Legends versus Arcane in that kind of way. Arcane's way more approachable for just the passion that's been put into it, but when you try to approach it from the direction of League of Legends, it's been so... There's so much stuff cast over such a wide net that it's hard to just grasp anything. There's too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. Let's see. Super Dragonite. Since Duke said, let me talk about bugs, and Pyrr said, let me talk about food, let's combine them into something that will likely squick some people. Squick? I like that word. Squick.
Yes.
What bugs are the best to eat? Do you have any frame of reference? Is more why
Don't
I'm
eat
asking
many.
the question.
Let's see. Had scorpion, didn't like it. Had grasshoppers, didn't like it.
I think I was a kid that would just put anything in my mouth until I ate fire ants and stopped.
That'll do it.
I don't think I've ever eaten a bug. The closest I've gotten is crabs, which aren't bugs. Are there any bugs you want to try? I guess.
Are there any bugs that are good in specific that aren't cricket/grasshoppers? Because I've tried those and I'm just like, they're dry nothings.
I mean, like, outside of the States, like, it's a surprisingly common, like, food item across most of the world.
Well, I'm sure, like, if someone presents it to me in a way, like, I'll gladly try escargot. Like, I'm not turned off by the idea of it. It's just a matter of, that doesn't seem like a filling meal due to the size of the bug.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Yeah, nothing's come to mind either. Wouldn't be against it, but, like, it's not many options to do so, you know?
I don't know. Send me bugs that are prepared in neat ways and I'll eat them on stream. I don't know.
Perfect. That is a dangerous request to throw out there, though. Just saying.
If it's done well and, like, there's no poison, then we're good.
All right.
I don't care if it's bad. I just want culture in my mouth.
Yes. I would try spider if it was like those, those, like, I think it's Vietnamese, like, tarantula sandwiches.
Okay.
Just to say I've tried it.
Yeah.
Severely arachnophobic, I'd probably hate it, but, like, that's weird. That's gotta be something different.
Yeah. I liked sea urchin, if that counts. I don't know what a sea urchin is.
I don't think anybody knows what a sea urchin is.
It was okay. It was like a puree on top of pasta, and it was all right.
Nice. From Magic Ice, what game would you say the definitive experience is a version with mods? For example, I've been playing Sonic Generations recently, and so many mods drastically improve an already good game to being fantastic. The classic Sonic physics mod especially made me love the game so much more. Of course, games like Minecraft and Hat in Time have so much modding that the mod scene can be classified as an entire new game. Would you have any different examples of games that benefit the most from mods, and what qualities make a game more appealing for modders to make high-quality mods for it?
Yeah, there's a definitive answer for this, and the answer is Knights of the Old Republic 2. Because it makes the game completable.
Yeah.
And adds in all of the content that they had to take out because they made the game in like 8 months. But still had the stuff on disc, but there were glitches that made it inaccessible. So the restored content mod for that people are really, really pissed off because they said that they were going to put that in the remake, and guess what? They didn't, even though it's a back-of-the-box quote that they put the restored content in. They're just like, we can't do it for Switch users, sorry. Yeah, it's because that stuff is good, and that game is great.
I think to answer the second half of that question, what makes a game appealing for mods is the simultaneous, just like it's a really popular franchise, but the actual developer either doesn't do much with it, or provides the tools necessary to do stuff with it. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
I put like Pokemon as an easy example of the first one. Like, Pokemon is a franchise that people are really passionate about, but Game Freak doesn't do much with it. But you can easily mod it with things like the 3DS games, especially, are really moddable. So you can create things like the Infinite Fusion mods or the Yu-Gi-Oh mod we've talked about before, and just all sorts of different kind of things. The inherent
Gen 3,
simplicity
not
of it.
3DS.
Right. Sorry. I tried to say. No, yeah, that was just really wrong. I'm not sure what I was trying to say there. I don't know. Moving on.
It's that combined with just the ease of the modding tools and the ability to work with it. Basically, how easy the code is to deconstruct, or if they're just like, here you go, here's Half-Life Source, have fun.
No, yeah. Like that's
how Team Fortress is made. That's how Counter-Strike was made.
That is what birthed the Dota genre. Well, MOBA genre.
Yeah.
Warcraft 3 was one of the easiest campaign creators ever. Starcraft 2 is just so great that they are literally remaking Warcraft 3 in it. The Warcraft campaign is now done, and that's just blows my mind.
As for pure flavor, Ultimate Marvel 3's modding scene is incredible.
Oh yeah, I've been loving watching that evolve. I love Rivals of Aether's, like.
Oh yeah,
character
that's just
creating
anything.
game. Yeah.
That's just everything.
That's been great. Any other niche ones?
The obvious like kingmaker is friggin' Super Mario World. You've had so much creative expression through Mario ROM hacks, Kaizo Mario, auto levels with that. Like that has to be the inspiration of Mario Maker and everything that makes that good.
100%. Yeah. Definitely agree with that. Yeah, I think that's all I got for that one. From Ferric Wad, there's a rumor the next 3D Mario will have him jumping around other Nintendo worlds, putting a Mario spin on things. Think Astro's Playroom. What worlds would you like to see him jump through? Like, you see that idea. What immediately jumps to your mind is, okay, I want to see that.
It's everything in my mind to not say Donkey Kong just to confirm that is a separate series. I am like, my soul is screaming, don't say Donkey Kong.
Just let it out. You know you want to.
It'd be so cool having Mario go around the Gangplank Galleon. It'd be so rad.
No, I totally
He platforms
agree.
up that Crocodile Isle statue all the way to the keep. It'd be so cool. Cranky would be there. He would belittle him.
Oh, I'd love to see Mario Cranky interactions.
You saw that this year.
I was about to say, the movie didn't give me what I wanted from that.
Yeah, no, it sucked. Other than that, let's see. What would be good?
I'm trying to think of just... The distortion world in Pokemon could be pretty cool.
That would be... Pokemon in general, I think, works out fairly well for it. There's a lot of interesting
the only
little
way you're gonna
areas.
get that proper, like, high-quality Pokemon living in an open environment.
Yeah, precisely. It's odd because I think about it and like, I don't really want him in Zelda or Metroid or something like that. I don't really
neither of those
care for him in
games
Kid Icarus. Paper Mario.
Just actual Mario and Paper Mario.
Yes, just a Paper Mario environment with all the trappings of it. And just Mario yippee skippy bing bing wahooing his way through.
That could be phenomenal. You know what? Mario platforming around a Fire Emblem Siege could be a really interesting, like, change of pace. Like, sticking him into, like, an actual real conflict like that. I don't think they do it, because I don't think they go far enough with it, but the concept sounds interesting to me.
It's hard for me because Mario is already such a traveler through Wonderland kind of character that everything that he does, like the farthest reaches of what he could do, is already crazy and insane. So putting Mario into a different backdrop doesn't really have the same level of appeal, because that's already what Mario does.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I'd love Pikmin. Just shrink him down, make it an excuse
That would be
to explore
that'd be
just
really good,
small
actually.
areas. That's my answer for that. I would love that.
Eternal Darkness.
Sure. Why not? That'd be neat.
I would love to see Mario platform around Manta Rock. It would be amazing. Have freaking Batman Scarecrow sections with Mario jumping at platforms that aren't really there. Let's do it.
Nice. All right. Let's grab some from the chat. From Carson. Might not be as interesting for me, but since I've already done some. But if there was a video you could go back to remake, what would it be? Any topics that you've covered like really early on that you wish you could take another crack at?
Most things before 2019. Just in general. Ugh. That Eggman video, I would love to remake Eggman. It was early on. I needed to do it to sort of establish my tone and whatnot, but I think it was very short-sighted and very simple of a concept. I would love to fully revisit a character breakdown of Dr. Eggman.
I mean, Frontiers gave some stuff to work about. One, I think you'd be justified going there.
It'd be interesting to do so, but
Sonic fans will consume anything.
yeah, you'd think.
Oh, right, no, right, Elise. I completely... I'm so sorry. The video left such a...
I would like to remake Spamton so I don't misgender Chris.
It's a shame that you can't just reach into YouTube videos and just make little edits.
Yeah. Yeah, that really does suck. Because I didn't mean to, and I was consciously aware of it, and it just slipped through, and that really frustrates me, and always will. The audio quality on 2 of the 4 Punch-Out episodes are bad even for that time standards. I would love to fix that. There was just a processing issue, but we didn't have time.
Like, I remade the one I hated most. That was Ridley, because the first one was just bad. It was just bad.
You can say it, not me.
I think of the one... Probably the Fire Emblem one. I think that was very much just, I was in a flow of, okay, I'm actually making like a consistent flow of content. Let's just brush this out real quick. It was very much just a rough draft that made it into a finished product. I think I could make that idea way more smoothly. Like, remake it more as an exploration of actually focusing on the faction rather than the mounts for some reason. Like, what is a Fire Emblem game that's stylized around the kind of historical / fantastical power fantasy of a Norse faction? Like, make it very raiding. Give it like a healer that's more of like a passive, like 5 hit point AoE heal around her. Make it more like make that a Valkyrie class, like an actual Valkyrie. Like there's lots you can do with that, and just kind of explore different areas of the world with different sorts of like both medieval fighting styles as well as tying into their mythologies as well. I think that could be really fun. That would probably be my choice. From Potted Plant, in the spirit of the season, best Christmas things. What do you look forward to around Christmas time?
The smell of pine.
Oh,
it's really nice.
That's a good choice.
Just Christmas has just a warmth and a scent that goes into the household. It is very, very comforting and relaxing. I really like the feel of it. And again, Southern California don't get that much, so it's not like a yearly thing. Is it anything?
Christmas movie, special games, anything. I've never been particularly one for like the traditional, like let's watch all the Christmas movies. Let's put all in all. Let's do all the Christmas mods.
Oh, that's great because I am.
Nice.
That's great. Let's go. Top 5 Franken Bass, go.
Top Franken what? Oh.
Yeah. I will judge you.
Number one's probably Rudolph for me. That's just the biggest one from my childhood.
Generic.
Yes, I
regular
know.
trash.
We
like Scott Pilgrim. How can you be this mainstream?
What's the Santa origin story?
Santa Claus is coming to town. That's the best one.
Yes, that's probably number 2. That's number 2.
How can it be number 2? It has Burgermeister Meisterburger.
Oh shit! No, that's Mr. Freeze and Mr. No, that's the best one. I forgot.
Oh no! That's a different one. That's Year Without Santa Claus.
Oh well, that Year Without Santa Claus is my favorite one. Then it's Rudolph. Then it's the origin story. Oh god!
Wait, which origin story? Because there's Santa Claus is coming to town, where he has the penguin, and there's the Winter Mister with the.
It's the one with the Winter Mister.
Okay. Or I was asking, or is it the one with like the dwarves and the wind god? And the trolls.
I think I've seen the dwarves and the wind god. I don't know what that is.
I saw that once as a kid, and it blew my mind. Because it was this high fantasy thing, and then the origin story of Santa Claus was just off to the side here, as like God had to protect Santa from the troll army.
That sounds amazing.
This is rad.
I would love that. God, I can't even think of more.
I really love Jack Frost.
I don't think I've seen that.
He had a mechanical horse. They have a song about how they're giving each other make-believe gifts and pretending that it is what they've always wanted.
Rankin, Bass, Chris. I remember the donkey one and absolutely hating it because his mom died, and that scarred me as a kid.
Oh no, that one's nice and sad. That one's okay. The regular animated Frosty is good.
Oh right, yeah, that's probably up there.
Yeah.
Come on, I need one more. You're the Santa Claus, Frosty Snowman. I think we owned Little Drummer Boy. I have zero recollection of the movie. Yeah, I haven't seen the rest of these. I just went through the whole catalog.
Okay,
so
whatever.
I can give you a 4.
Doesn't even matter, because guess what? Mickey's Christmas Carol is the best show ever made. 30 minutes tells the entirety of Christmas Carol. Actual perfection.
No, yeah, it's great.
Scrooge McDuck is the best Scrooge that there has been. Suck it, Michael Caine. Suck it, Jim Carrey.
Ooh, Polar Express. God, that aged so poorly, but it's just got...
It sure did.
That just made
Don't
it
care
more
for it.
Watch over time.
There was a very excellent Christmas movie that was released just last year called Spirited, which is...
Klaus, the recent...
Oh, Klaus, yes, Klaus is excellent.
That was really good, too.
But yes, Spirited is a movie musical with Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds.
Okay. Oh, that sounds amazing.
Yeah. It is my favorite Will Ferrell Christmas vehicle, which is hard because I really like Elf.
Elf is fun. Elf is definitely fun. Nightmare Before Christmas is just a perfect October to December movie to pop on every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Home Alone. Home Alone's my favorite. Those are my favorite movies. Love those.
Terry Pratchett's Hogfather was a BBC special, and I think you can find all of it on YouTube. It's like 3 hours, and I friggin' love it. I think it is the perfect adaptation of a Pratchett novel into a film form, mostly because he oversaw every bit of its production and is wickedly funny and clever and gets to the spirit of the holiday perfectly.
Nice. I'm not one for the tradition and old kind of stuff. I just like seeing family. It's a nice time of year. Get to see everybody catch up.
No, I like Christmas stuff. I pop off. It's like, yeah, How the Grinch Stole Christmas is back on. Let's go.
Do you watch the animated, the Jim Carrey, or both?
Oh, animated. The Jim Carrey one disappointed me as a massive fan of it.
I have a soft spot for the Jim Carrey
I understand you having a soft spot
really
for it.
bad,
I
but
cannot
I
agree with
love
it. It is the Batman Forever of Christmas films.
But there's that whole moment where he tries to rip the cloth off the table, and it doesn't. Well, they say runs back and just knocks everything off the table because it's so funny. It's good. He improvised it. I love that.
Yes.
It was hell for him to make.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Miracle on 34th Street, also an excellent one.
Oh, I love the feel-good ones. It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah. No, just mostly Miracle on 34th Street. Like, that man is Santa Claus.
This is true. Nobody else compares.
Mm-hmm. Like, he just
a lot of
nails it.
Tried. That is the one. Okay, I think with that we can call it for the day. Just a nice wrap-up as we look up at the holidays. Thank you all for watching. Oh, go ahead.
Surprised you've gone this long without mentioning Freeze Easy Peak. I thought it went without mentioning, but yes, it's perfect. It has the best skybox ever made. But I don't play Banjo-Kazooie for Christmas. I play Banjo-Kazooie as an eternal vigil. It is my state of being. It's not like the Grinch VHS that I had where I was like, I can only bring this out in December. If I put it out any other month, the VHS would be ruined. It would die. It would sense it.
All right. So, thank you all for watching. These are always delightful times. Nice to take a break from the rest of the stuff and just talk about the games. Should anybody want their questions answered, the hashtag is #DDG comments. Leave it in the comments. We might get to it next time.
We might. But next time is our big reflection. We did the characters of the year last time.
Yeah.
So if you want to do that again, we can do that. Yeah, so go ahead. Comments of the video. Leave your favorite video game characters of this year as well.
Oh, yeah. I gotta start thinking up my list. And how to prevent just the entire cast of Baldur's Gate from showing up on it.
That's fine. We'll be like, okay, it's the Baldur's Gate and Street Fighter Awards.
Yeah, Chai's there too.
Featuring Chai. Yep, exactly.
It'll be good. But until then, everyone, been nice seeing ya. See you all next month.